let's start it. As part of Linux Essentials, some people call Linux Basics, Linux for Everyone, or Linux Foundation. So first, let's understand what is Unix. What is Unix? Unix is an operating system. Unix is an operating system. Unix is an operating system. Using operating system, users or applications can communicate with hardware components. Using operating system, users or applications communicate with operating system, communicate with hardware team. Because directly as a user, you cannot communicate with hardware. Okay, let's diagrammatically discuss team. Let's diagrammatically discuss. So first one, we have a hardware team. First low level is hardware. On top of hardware, we have operating system. We have operating system. On top of hardware, we have operating system too. So we have operating systems like Unix, Linux, or Windows, etc. So by using operating systems, users can interact with hardware. Okay, user can communicate with hardware too. User or applications can communicate with hardware. So on top of this, we write applications or users. On top of operating system, we have users or applications too. Users or applications. Okay, so users can communicate with the hardware for storing the data, for processing something, for retrieving something. Users or applications communicates with operating system. Operating system communicates with hardware. Let's say I want to create a file in particular drive. Then we use operating system. We give an instruction to operating system. Operating system communicates with hardware. Operating system communicate with hardware too. So Unix is an operating system. Unix is an operating system too. So by using operating system, it may be Unix, it may be Linux operating system, we can communicate with hardware too. It may be hard disk, it may be RAM, it may be processor. So we use operating system to communicate with hardware devices. So operating system is a interface between user and application. Operating system is a interface between user or applications with hardware team. And hardware. So it's an interface between user and hardware team. So by using operating system only, we can communicate with hardware. It acts as an interface between user or application and hardware. Let's say we have different applications. We have different applications in our desktop. We have MobaXterm, we have WinSCP, VLC media player, we have Firefox, we have Google, we have Acrobat Reader. There are multiple applications. These applications communicates with hardware via operating system. Here I am using Windows operating system. This is my Windows operating system. So like this team, so any application or user communicates with the hardware via operating system. Operating system acts as an interface between user or application and hardware. So it's Unix is a old operating system thing. It's not new. It was developed in 1960s. It was developed in 1960s, not new. And lot of improvements. Linux operating system is invented on top of based on Unix operating system with a lot of improvements and extensions. Linux was invented based on Unix operating system team. Unix operating system. So Linux is like Unix based operating systems. Linux follows Unix based operating system. Okay, clear, right? Okay. Yep. Understand, right, team? What is Unix operating system or what is operating system? Clear, right? Okay. Now let's understand history of Unix operating system team. History of Unix operating system. So initially there is one operating system called Multics. Initially there is one operating system called Multics. Multics means multiplexed information computing system. Multiplexed information computing system team. So this operating system was invented initially Multics operating system was invented. So first one, Multics operating system. So this Multics operating system implemented by AT&T, GE, MIT in 1965. So this was invented in 1965. Okay, first one, Multics operating system. It was invented by invented by invented by GE, GE, AT&T, AT&T, and MIT in 1965. In 1965, 1965. So first operating system is Multics operating system. This Multics operating system was invented by these people, GE people, AT&T people, and MIT people. Multics stands for Multiplexed Information Computing System. It is a open source operating system team. It is a open source operating system. Open source means they give us complete source code. If you want to customize, you can customize. If you want to customize, you can customize. So based on this Multics operating system, there is one more operating system was invented called UNIX. UNIX. So UNIX stands for uniplexed information computing system. Information computing system team. Information computing system. Uniplexed information computing system. This is another operating system team. Unix is another operating system. Okay, so Unix is another operating system. It was invented based on Multics open source operating system. So another important category is Unix operating system team. UNICS. Based on this operating system, Multics operating system, one more operating system was invented with additional features. Lot of extensions. Another operating system was invented called Uniplex operating system. So it is implemented by Ken Thompson team. It is implemented by Ken Thompson in 1969. Team. So this is also open source operating system. It is also open source operating system. It is also open source operating system team. So this was invented in 1969. So this Unix operating system implemented based on Multics operating system and implemented by Ken Thompson in 1969. Okay, so based on this open source, there is one more operating system is invented in Unix. There is one more operating system was invented is Unix operating system team. Unix operating system. UNIX. It is also based on Unix open source. So based on this Unix operating system, there is one more operating system was invented, Unix operating system. Okay. So this Unix operating system team, this Unix operating system invented by Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie. So first important point, it is written in C language. It is written 100% in C language. 100% in C language. C language. Implemented by Dennis Ritchie. Implemented by Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie. Dennis Ritchie team. Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie. C language is Unix operating system is implemented by Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie. Dennis Ritchie is a father of C language. Father of C language. He is the inventor of C language. So both Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie written Unix operating system in C language. And it is also open source. It is also open source and free. Open source and free. So these are open source and free. Open source and free. Open source and free team. So Unix operating system implemented in C language. So Unix operating system implemented in C language by Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie. Dennis Ritchie team. Both Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie. So these two people combinedly written this one in it is implemented in 1973. 1973. So this one implemented in 1973. In 1973. So first operating system is Multics operating system. It is implemented by GE and MIT. It is implemented by GE and MIT. Based on this Multics operating system, Unix was invented. It is invented by Ken Thompson in 1969. Based on this Unix operating system is invented. It is completely written in C language by Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie in 1973. It is free operating system team. Free operating system. Based on this free operating system, based on Unix operating system, based on this Unix operating system team, many vendors are implemented. Unix flavor operating system team. Based on Unix team, Sun Solaris. Sun Solaris. Now it is Oracle Solaris. Team. And next, IBM AIX. IBM AX, Unix operating system. HP UX, HP UX. So like this, there are plenty of Unix based operating systems are available. There are plenty of Unix based operating systems are available. Along with this one, there is one more operating system called Linux operating system was invented. There is one more operating system was invented, Linux. So along with Unix based operating systems, Linux also implemented based on Unix flavor team. Lot of Unix based operating systems are available in the market. Most popular Unix based operating systems are Sun Solaris, IBM AX, HP UX. There are plenty of Unix based operating systems are there. So these all are implemented based on Unix open source operating system team. So Unix is implemented based on UNICS, Unix operating system. So clear, right, team? Clear, right? So Linux is also a open source. Linux is also a open source. Linux is free and open source operating system. Open source operating system team. Linux operating system also free and open source operating system. So based on Unix operating system open source, based on Unix open source operating system, based on Unix open source operating system, there are many free and open source, free comma enterprise. Enterprise means licensed, enterprise and open source operating systems are implemented. Open source operating systems are invented like Sun Solaris. Now it is Oracle Solaris. IBM AX operating system. HP UX operating system. Next, Linux. Linux is free and open source. Linux is free and open source. Linux operating system implemented based on Unix open source operating system. Linux operating system implemented based on Unix open source operating system team. Clear, right? Okay. Clear, writing? Okay. So we understand what is Unix. We understand Unix history, right? Now let's understand what is Linux. Linux is Unix, Linux is operating system like Unix operating system. Unix operating system. Linux is like Unix. Linux operating system is like Unix operating system. It is implemented based on Unix open source system. Unix open source thing. It is implemented based on Unix open source thing. It was implemented by Linux Torvalds. It was implemented by Linus Torvalds. Linus Torvalds team. Torvalds in 1991 team. So this operating system is implemented in 1991. So this operating system is implemented in 1991. It's an open source operating system. It is implemented by Linus Torvalds in 1991. So Multics operating system is implemented by AT&T, GE and MIT. Yes or no? So this Unix operating system was implemented by Ken Thompson. So Unix operating system is implemented by Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie. Linux operating system was invented by Linus Torvalds in 1991. Clear, right? It is a multitasking and multi-user operating system team. It is a multitasking and multi-user operating system. Multitasking and multi-user operating system. And it is open, it is free and open source thing. Open source means they give us complete source code. Open source means they give us complete source code. Based on this open source, based on Linux open source operating system, based on Linux open source operating system, there are many free open source and enterprise Linux flavors are introduced. Linux flavors are introduced. There are many Linux flavors or Linux based operating systems are invented. Around 600 plus team. Around 600 plus are invented. In that 300 plus active Linux distribution testing. Linux distributions available in the market. 600 plus Linux distributions are available in the market. Like let me like Red Hat, Red Hat, Red Hat, Oracle, Oracle Enterprise Linux, Oracle Enterprise Linux, CentOS, Fedora, Debian, Ubuntu, SUSE, Linux. There are plenty of Linux-based flavors are available. Plenty of Linux-based flavors. Kali Linux, Mint. There are plenty of Linux-based operating systems available in the market. These are most popular Linux-based flavors. Okay, so based on Linux open source, based on this Linux open source team, there are plenty of operating systems are invented, around 600 plus. In that, 300 plus are active. So all these are invented based on Linux open source only. Clear writing? All these are following Linux flavor team. Linux, all these operating systems are implemented based on all these operating systems are implemented based on Linux open source operating system. Linux open source operating system team. And one important point, all Linux follow all Linux operating systems. All Linux operating systems follows two types of syntaxes. Two types of syntaxes. They are Red Hat based, Red Hat Linux based. So Red Hat Linux based, like Red Hat Linux, Oracle Enterprise Linux, CentOS, Fedora. There are plenty of operating systems sitting. Other one, Debian based. Following operating systems are Debian, Ubuntu, Kali Linux. There are plenty of operating systems follows Debian based syntax team. So understand one important point team. Red Hat based syntax, and Debian based syntax. So all Unix operating systems, sorry, all Linux operating systems follows two types of syntaxes. One is Red Hat based syntax or Debian based syntax. Little syntax wise, little different in uh, Red Hat based, Debian based thing. Debian based and Red Hat based syntax wise a little different. Whatever commands we are going to learn as part of Linux Essentials or Linux Basics or Linux for Everyone or Linux Foundation, these commands are same in all operating systems. May little different for some commands, but almost all Linux commands, whatever we are going to learn as part of this course, works on all operating systems, all Linux based operating systems. Clear, right? What is Linux operating system? Yes, sir. Clear, right, team? Yeah. Now let's understand features of Linux operating system. What are features are available in Linux operating system? Why people are choosing Linux operating system for their production servers, testing servers, development servers. Sometimes in developer missions also, they are using Linux operating system. Most of the time, team, developer missions, we have Windows operating systems. All production servers, testing servers, and development servers are Unix or Linux operating systems only too. Unix or Linux operating systems. What features makes people to use Linux operating system for their development, production, testing environments? First feature, team. First important feature, open source. Open source. Open source. Free and open source. Free and open source. Next one, multitasking. Multitasking. Next one, team, portable, multi-user. Multi-user. Next one, portability. Portability. Next one, reliability. Reliability. So these are 5 important features, team. First, let's understand free and open source. First, understand free and open source. First one, free and open source. Linux operating system is free. Linux almost all Linux operating systems are free. Almost all Linux operating systems are free. Free means no license cost. No license cost. No license cost. And open source. And open source. Open source means they give us complete source code. They give us complete source code. Complete source code. So I said one important point. Multix is a open source. Based on this Multix, Unix is implemented. Unix is open source. Based on Unix, UNIX is implemented. Unix is open source. Based on this, Linux was implemented. Linux is open source. Based on this open source operating system, Red Hat Linux is invented, Oracle Linux is invented, CentOS is invented, Fedora, Debian, Ubuntu, SUSE Linux, Kali Linux, all these are implemented based on open source of Linux. Means they give us complete programs which written for operating system. So if you want to, if you want to customize, you can customize according to your requirement. So these people customized Linux operating system, added some improvements and additional features released in the marketing. I said 600 plus active Linux operating systems are 600 plus Linux distributions are available. In that 300 plus is active currently. Red Hat Enterprise, AWS Linux, Oracle Enterprise, SUSE Linux, CentOS, Fedora, Debian, Ubuntu, Kali Linux, Mint. Plenty of Linux flavors are available in the market today. All these are following Linux open source framework. All these are implemented based on Linux open source only. Open source means they give us complete source code. Next important feature tip, multitasking. 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 Multitasking means we can run multiple tasks parallelly. Let's say example, we are executing a Java application. We can execute Python applications. We can execute Adobe applications. We can open some Office softwares. We can listen videos. We can download multiple tasks. We can execute parallelly. So here Linux operating system is a multitasking operating system. We can run or execute multiple tasks parallelly. Next important one thing, multi-user operating system. Multi-user operating system team. Multi-user operating system. Multi-user operating system team, multiple users can connect and can work parallelly. Can work parallelly. So multiple users can connect, work parallelly. Let's say team, we have operating system. We have a Linux server. Let's say we have Linux server. So multiple users can connect from all over the world. Multiple people can connect from all over the world. So multiple users can connect with this operating system, can work parallelly. There is no limitation. User one. user 2, user 2, user 3, user 3, user 4, user 4, user 5, user 5, user n, user n. Any number of users can connect this operating system parallelly. Users may be developers, users may be administrators, user may be anything, client, anything. So users can connect with this operating system. Users can connect with this operating system. Parallelly, they can work with it. Parallelly, they can work without waiting for other users. Without waiting for other users, users can work parallelly. Users can work parallelly. Multiple users from all over the world, they can connect parallelly. They can work with it. So that's why we are calling this is a multi-user operating system. And next one, portability team. Portability, very important feature team. Portability. What is portability? What is portability? Important feature team. Linux supports any hardware. Any hardware. It does not require specialized hardware. Specialized hardware team. It does not require specialized hardware like Sun Solaris. Sun Solaris gives 100% reliability on 100% reliability on Sun hardware. Sun hardware team. Sun hardware. IBM gives 100% reliability on IBM AX gives 100% reliability on IBM hardware. HP UX gives 100% reliability on HP UX. XP UX gives 100% reliability on HP hardware. So for Linux or Linux works on Linux supports any hardware like Intel, IBM, AMD, Microsoft, HP. It supports all hardware still. It does not require specialized hardware. It does not require specialized hardware team. It works on any operating system. It works on any hardware team. Next very important feature is reliability. Very important feature is reliability team. Reliability. So reliability. Important point about reliability team. Many development servers are testing servers or production servers are Linux based servers team. Many development servers are testing servers are production servers. Production servers means live servers. live servers. Many development servers, testing servers, or production servers are Linux servers. Linux servers. Many production servers running from many years without restart many production servers running from many years without restarting. These are 100% reliable operating system. Linux is a 100% reliable operating system. It is 100% reliable operating system. I said many servers running from long years without restart or reboot. Some operating systems like Windows require reboot. If you do not reboot, they will automatically reboot for after some time. Yes or no? But Linux is 100% reliable. Many production servers running from long years without restarting. So these are very, very important feature which makes everyone to use Linux operating system team. Clear, right, team? Okay. Yeah. Next important one, components of Unix or Linux operating system. I said one important point to you. First low level is hardware. Yes or no? Low level is hardware. So to interact with the hardware, we use operating system. So operating system has two main components to it. First one is kernel. On top of kernel, we have next important component is cell. So first important component is kernel. On top of kernel, we have cell. Client or user or applications uses cell to interact with kernel. Kernel interact with hardware team. So on top of cell, we have applications. We have applications team. We may use applications. We may use cell. We may use applications or we may use cell. We may use applications or we may use cell to interact with kernel team. And finally, one more important person is users. Users can use applications or users can use cell to interact with hardware team. So cell or applications interact with kernel. Shell or applications interact with kernel team. So this is main important components of Linux operating system or Unix operating system team. Linux operating system and Unix operating system. First one, shell. Next one, kernel. Next one, kernel. These two are very, very important components. These two are very, very important components. Important components of Linux team. First, let's understand shell. What is shell? What is shell? We get question is what is shell? What is shell? What is shell? What is shell? So it is a main important layer team. It is very important layer. It is very important layer. Important layer to interact with operating system, or to execute any Linux commands, any Linux or Unix command. Let's say I want to display files and directories presented in particular directory. Then we use Linux command. So where we write a Linux command? Inside shell. Generally in Windows we use command prompt. When we type command, it will open command prompt. This is Windows formatting. Windows we say this is command prompt. Linux we say shell. Thing. So shell main purpose is to execute any Linux command. It executes any Linux command. So it reads our command, verifies the syntax, and checks whether the corresponding command related to application variables or not. Okay. So first start what it will do. Shell reads our commands. Shell reads our commands. Let's say we have two prompts team. We have two prompts, two cells. We have two cells. We have two types of prompts. They are admin or root user prompt. Root user prompt. So we can see root user prompt with hash. Normal user prompt. Normal user prompt we can see $. Okay. So whenever you execute command, say ls. When you execute any command, let's say clear. When you execute any command, cd/opt. When you execute any command, mkdir. So I want to create a C family directory. So when you execute any command or when you write any command, shell reads that commands Cell reads that commands, okay, verifies syntax, verifies the syntax. So for these commands, whether you are following Linux syntax or not. So it will verify syntax and checks whether the corresponding command related to application is available or not. Syntax and checks whether we can say what we can say whether the corresponding command related to application available or not. Okay, so here I am writing one command saying C family. I am writing command saying Srinivas. So when I type Srinivas command and C family command, these are not commands because Linux operating system cannot understand what is C family, what is Linux, yes or no. So for every command, there is one associated program to it. For every command, there is one associated program. So whenever you type command in cell is responsible to check whether it is related to any application or not. Are you following syntax rules or not? Are you following syntax rules or not? It will verify all these options too, all these things in a cell. Once user enters a proper, our command is proper. If everything is proper, if everything is proper, then cell interprets our command into kernel understandable format. Kernel understandable format, because kernel is responsible to interact to the hardware. So what this cell do? Cell takes input from user. So user executes commands. Cell checks, is there any, this command is related to application, is there any command, sorry, if user enters any command, it will verify corresponding application. If application is not presented, then it will show command not found. Okay, so if it is everything is success, then this cell converts a command into kernel understandable format. Converts command into kernel understandable format. Okay, cell acts as interface between user and kernel. Cell acts as interface between user and kernel. Cell acts as interface between user and kernel. So directly user commands are not reachable to kernel. Middle we have a cell checks the syntax of that command and verifies associated program with for that command, then converts our command into kernel understandable format and sends that command to kernel. Then kernel communicates with the hardware, returns the response to. Immediately our question is, what is kernel? Next important point, what is kernel? What is kernel? So we understand what is cell, right? What is cell, right? Now let's understand what is kernel. What is kernel? So kernel is the main core component of operating system team. Kernel is the main core component of Unix or Linux operating system. Unix or Linux operating system team. It's a main core component. It is responsible for executing our commands. Whatever the commands are a user or main administrator, whatever the commands we execute in cell, we write in cell, not execute in cell. Whatever the commands we write in cell, executed by kernel. Kernel is responsible to execute our commands team. It is responsible for interacting with the hardware team. It is responsible for interacting with the hardware components like RAM, hard disk, short term is HDD, hard disk, CPU, LAN, Ethernet card, etc. It is responsible for interacting with hardware components. Okay, so memory allocation, and processor allocation will taken care by kernel only. How much RAM we need to allocate, how much processor we want to utilize for particular command is taken care by kernel. Kernel is the main core component of Linux operating system team. It is very, very, very important. It is very, very important component. So when we talk about operating system, Linux or Unix, main core component is kernel. So kernel do not allow directly to interact with the hardware. You can write Linux commands through the cell verifies the syntax and converts that command into kernel understandable format and handovers kernel to converted command to kernel. Then kernel interacts with the hardware, executes that command. Before execution, it requires any memory, it allocates memory. to process or to execute that command, we require some CPU utilize CPU process. It will allocate CPU process. So all these are taken care by kernel. Kernel is very, very, very important component of Unix or Linux operating system team. Clear, right? What are different components of Unix or Linux operating system? Okay, clear, right, team? Okay. Let's start in Linux file system. Linux file system is very, very important topic. Team. Let's understand in Linux, everything treated, treated, everything treated as file system too. File system in Linux, everything treated as file system. It may be file or directory. It may be file or directory. Everything treated as file system too. File system. So all these files are, we have different categories. Now let's understand types of files. Types of files. So all files are divided into three types. All files are divided into three types. They are first category, normal files or ordinary files. Normal files are ordinary files. Normal files are ordinary files. So second category is directory files. Directory files. Third category is device files. Device files. Total, there are three types of files in Linux operating system. Normal files or ordinary files, directory files, and device files. These are three types of categories. These are three types of categories. First, let's understand normal files. Normal files are ordinary files. Normal files are ordinary files. Normal files and ordinary files. Generally, normal files or ordinary files contain data. Generally, normal files or ordinary files contain data. Let's say cd, ls. Here we do not have any file. Let's say cat greater than comment. Here I am writing hello. How are you? I'm writing hello. How are you? Let's say Control D, clear screen. ls. We have a comment file. Cat comment. Normal files contain data. Normal files contain data. First important point about normal files. First important point about normal files. Normal files contain data. So these files contains data. These file contains data. It can be text file, it can be binary file, it can be image file, it can be video file, it can be text file, or it can be binary file, zeros and ones format, or it may be image file, or it may be video file, or it may be audio file, it may be video file, or it may be audio file, etc. Any file contain data. Any file contain data. Example, we just now created one comment file, comment.txt, comment.txt, emp.csv, emp.csv, etc. Any file contain data. Any file contain data. We call such kind of files are normal files or ordinary files. If file contain data, we are calling normal files or ordinary files. Coming to next important one, directory files. Next important one, directory files. What are directory files? What are directory files? Next very important category is directory files. What are directory files? So these are directories. These are directories. Let's say in Linux operating system, ls-l. So here we have one file called comment. One file called comment. Okay. Sorry, clear screen. ls-l. So this is comment. Here we have a file permissions. This file permission starts with the -, means then it is a file. I'm creating one directory, mkdir c family, mkdir c family, or let's say data directory, ls-l. File permission starts with -, directory permission starts with D. If you see any directory permission starts with D, if any permission file permission starts with D, that is a directory. Okay. So first important point about a directory. Directory files are nothing but these are directories. These are directories. These files are directories. Okay. Next one. Next important point. We can use directories for storing the files, subdirectories. A directory file may contain files, means normal files or subdirectories. It may contain normal files or subdirectories. Example, data directory, under root, under home, under C family. Under C family, we have created one directory called data directory. Yes or no? We have created one directory called data directory. Let me copy this one. So we used mkdir. So this is data directory. A directory contain files or subdirectories. In Windows, we call folder. Or directory. In Windows, most of the people call folder. In Linux, we say directory files. Okay. In Linux, we can call we can call directory files. Directory files. Terminology may be different. The purpose of file or directory is same. Let me go here. So here, C family MobaXterm is a directory. C family MobaXterm is a directory. It contains different files. It may contain subdirectories. SSH client is a folder. It contain subdirectories as well as files. Yes or no? Similar way, in Linux operating system, we call directory file. A directory file contain normal files or subdirectories or both. It may contain both. Sometimes it may contain both. Yes or no? Next, very important one. Device files. Device files. Device files. What are device files? What are device files? Third important category is device files. What are device files? So device files in Linux, every device file represents as a file. By using this file, we can communicate with that device. Let's say /opt, /cd, /dvd, /usb, /etc. So device file setting. So in Linux, every device is represented as file. Let's say we connected USB. Let's say we connected DVD. Let's say we added some other device. Every device represent as a file thing. By using this file, we can communicate with that device. Let's say I want to read USB data. I want to read DVD data. So everything treated as a file. We enter into that file system. We read content of that device. Too. Okay. So devices are also called file in Linux operating system too. So these are three important types of files: normal files, directory files, and device files. So device files may be USB, DVD, etc. Any device is treated as file. We enter into that device file, we read content of that file. Clear, writing? What are device files? Clear, right? Okay. Yeah. Next important topic is how to check file type. How to check file type. In Linux, we have ls-l or ll command too. ls-l or ll command. LL command means long list. Long list. LS-L or LL means long list. Let me execute, clear the screen. I am executing ls-l or ll. Both gives long list thing. Both gives long list. Both gives long list. So important point thing. Important point. If any file permission starts with D, it is a directory permission. So there are some important characteristics. There are some important characteristics. There are some important points. There are some important points. Important point. There is one important point. One important point. There is one important point. If file first character, if file first character represents hyphen if file first character represent hyphen, if file first character represents hyphen, then it is a normal file. So comment first character is hyphen. Comment first character is hyphen. Then comment is a normal file. Next one thing. Next one. If first character is D, lowercase, if first character is D, then it is a directory file. It is a directory file. It is a directory file thing. If first character starts with, if first character is D, then we can say directory file. If first character contain L, lowercase team, here I am saying lowercase, because when we see when I type lowercase l, you may see it is 1. So that's why I'm writing lowercase l. First character is lowercase l. Then it is link file. We are going to discuss later what are link files. We have soft link, we have hard link. Let me open cd/usr, ls. Here, let's say cd lib, let's say cd bin ls. Okay, clear screen. ls-l. See, first character is L. It means DNF-3 is a link file. Here, Solem, first character is L. Then we can say it is link file. So we are seeing multiple link files, right? Multiple link files. Yes or no? Yes or no, team? What are link files? We are going to see later. We have soft link, we have hard link, we have a link concept, links concept, soft link, and hard link. So if any file permission first character, if any file permission first character is, so important point, I think. So there is one important point. If file permission permission first character represents hyphen means normal files, D means directory file, lowercase l means link file, lowercase l means link file, and there is one more character team, C. C means team. C means then it is character special key, character special file. Next, there is one more character called B. Then it is called block special file. Block special file. If you see lowercase s as a first character, then it is called socket file. Okay, so these are very important file permission first character string. These are very important file permission first character. So ls-l or ll command gives long list. By using ls-l or ll command, we can see long list of file, and we can identify whether it is a normal file, whether it is a directory file, whether it is a link file, whether it is a character special file, whether it is a block special file, whether it is a socket file. By seeing first character of that file permission, first character, we can say what type of file it is. What type of file it is. And one important note, C comma B. Whenever you see C comma B, means character and binary files. Character special and block special, not binary, block special. So these are C comma B files are represented system files. System files. Character special, block special. These are system files. And mostly used only root user. Mostly used only root user, or we can also call the super user, or we can also call the main administrator team. Character special, block specials are called system files team. These are very important files. Okay, clear, right? Okay, so understand, right, how to check file system type? Okay. Yes, team. Next important topic is file system hierarchy. First important point, Linux file system has tree-like structure team. Linux file system has tree like a structure. Tree like a structure thing. It starts with it starts with root directory. Root directory. We can call this one as root directory. So first one, we can say this is root directory. Let me diagrammatically discuss it. So first important one is team root directory. So first important one, root directory. Under root directory, we have multiple child directory team. We have root bin directory. Next one, root sbin directory. Root sbin directory. Next one, root etc directory. Under etc directory, we have /dev. Next one, /var /temp /home /opt /opt. Under opt, we have /root /root. Okay, so in this way we have team. Under home directory, for every user we have a home directory. Under home directory, we may have like /home /Srinivas /home /home/C family /home/PK. So home directory contain subdirectories. And one more important one thing, slash boot. Okay, let's take this one thing. So under root directory, we have multiple child directories. Multiple child directories too. Under root directory, we have multiple child directories. /boot /bin /sbin /etc /dev /var /temp /home /opt /root. Under root, we have multiple subdirectories. Under whom we have multiple subdirectories too. So it follows tree like a structure team. It follows a tree like a structure. Linux file system architecture. Linux file system architecture follows tree like a structure team. Okay. So first important point about each directory team. 1 minute. Next important one, slash boot. Slash boot. First one, root directory. It is main directory. It is main directory. Main directory or root directory. Root directory. In Linux, this is the main directory thing. In Windows, we have C drive, D drive, E drive, F drive. Most of the time, C drive contain complete operating system related files, installation related files, right? In Windows, we can say C is the main directory. In Linux, root, slash means root team. Slash means root. Root is the main directory. It is a parent directory, or it is also called parent directory. Parent directory team. It is the main root directory. It contains many subdirectories. Many subdirectories. Subdirectories too. It contains many subdirectories. Okay. So let me go here. Let me go clear screen. CD slash ls-l. So these all are subdirectories of root directory. PWD to find the present working directory. Okay. So these all are subdirectories. Just now we discussed bin, boot, etc, home, mnt, media, opt, prc, root, run, sbin, src, syc, temp, usr, var, multiple subdirectories too. Multiple subdirectories. We have multiple subdirectories. Clear, right? So first important subdirectory, slash boot, slash boot team. What is slash boot? What is slash boot? First important one, slash boot. Slash boot. It contains all bootable files team. It contains all bootable files. Bootable files. So slash contain, it is a main root directory. Main root directory. Slash boot contain complete bootable files. Bootable files. Like in Windows, C drive contains all bootable files. All bootable files. Yes or no? All bootable files. Yes or no? So most of the time people says, do not create any folders or place any files in C drive or desktop because it contains bootable files. So whenever you restart your mission, it will take time. Windows people says, if you place more data in C drive, whenever you restart your system, it will take more time to boot the file system. So they says, to resolve that issue, place your files data into some other directories. But in Linux, we have /boot. It contain only bootable files. It contain only bootable files too. Other than bootable files, it does not have any files. It is highly recommended to use only bootable files. It is highly recommended to use only bootable files. /boot file size is very less. So whenever you restart a Linux operating system, while starting Linux operating system, it reads /boot and loads the files presented in /boot to start your Linux operating system. To start your Linux operating system too. So that's why Linux operating system boots very faster. Linux operating system boots very faster compared to other operating systems too. Next, very important one, /root. It is a home directory. It is a home directory for root user or super user team. It is a home directory for root user team. It is a home directory for root user. Every user in operating system has their own home directories. One important to note, team. Important to note. Every user in Linux operating system has their own home directory. Okay. So /root is a home directory for super user or root user. Similar way, next important one, /home. Inside /home, for every user, let's say for every user, home directory creates inside /home with username. Okay, let's say we have users like Srinivas /home. Let's say for Srinivas user, it will create one home directory called Srinivas. Okay, next C family user, it will create home directory C family. For PK, it will create home directory. So for every user, it will create a separate home directory. For every user, it will create some home directory. In Linux also, if you go C drive, if you go users, this is the home directory for user. So under C drive, under users, with username, a separate home directory will create. Similar way, in Linux also, for every user, go to cd/home ls. Here we see C family. Let me create one user add, let's say Srinivas. Let me use sudo user add Srinivas. Clear screen. ls. Now it is created home directory for Srinivas user. So whenever we create whenever we create user, by default home directory creates under /home. We can change a different directory, but if you not specify, by default home directory creates under /home with username. Under /home with username, it will create home directory for user team. Okay, clear, right? Next important one. Next important one, /bin. This is very, very important directory. /bin. /bin. Bin means binary team. Bin means binary. Bin means binary. This directory contain all binary executables related to our Linux commands. This directory contains all binary executable files. Binary executable files. Binary executable files for our Linux commands. For our Linux commands team. So this is very, very important directory. Similar way, there is one more directory, sbin. There is one more important directory team, sbin. Sbin. Sbin means system bin. System bin or system binary. System binary. This directory also contain all binary executables related to high-end admin. Executable files for our Linux commands of super admin or root admin commands. Root user or main admin commands. Let me go cd/bin ls. Here let's observe these are different commands. These are different commands. Just now we executed ls command. Ls command related executable file presented here. Executable command. Okay, so cd/sbin ls command. cd/sbin ls command. We have different commands. We have different commands. Okay, so these are mainly admin user commands. Okay, so you may get a question saying, what is the difference between bin and sbin? What is the difference between bin/bin and /sbin? /bin and /sbin team. This is very important to know. bin contains contains slash bin contains slash bin contain normal or every user commands, every user, or let's say it contain binary executables, or commands which can be used by any user, which can be used by any user, normal users plus admin user. Any user can use this commands team. Any user can use these commands. Sbin contain contains contain binary executables or commands which can be used which can be used only main administrator main administrator main administrator main administrator we can say root user or super user team. So sbin contain commands only for super user or main user team, main user. Okay. Next important directory team, next important subdirectory /etc. This is very important directory team. It contains all system configuration files. It contains contains all system configuration files. All system configuration files. Let me go to cd/etc ls command. See, all these are SSH related, SSL related, SKL, init, and there is one important one, host file. Hosts important file. It contain IP and hostname mapping team. So all configuration files are presented under /etc. So this contain complete system configuration files. Okay. And one more important point about this one team. One more important point of this /etc. By using these configuration files, we can customize behavior of Linux operating system. Team. By using these configuration files, we can customize the behavior of Linux operating systems. Let me take some examples. There is one file team /etc/password file. Let me display here, clear screen. Cat /etc/password. See, complete users passwords complete users information is presented here. All users information. All users information. All users information. All users information. /etc/shadow. /etc/shadow. It contain complete passwords details to shadow. Sudo clear screen. Sudo /etc/shadow. This is username and this is password information. Username, password information. Password information. So /etc/shadow contain all users password information, passwords information, passwords information to all users password information. Okay, there is one more important subfile called /etc/group. /etc/group. This file contain all groups information, all groups information. This file contain all groups information. So complete configuration related things. All groups configuration we have /etc/group file. There is one more important file /etc/hosts files. It contains host name and short name, host name, comma, IP address and short name, IP address and short name mapping information. So simply we can say file contains /group file contains /shadow file contains /group file contains /etc file contain complete information of IP address, host name, mapping details. We can say complete configuration of your complete configuration details of multiple files, multiple things in /etc. It is very important directory. Very important directory. Okay, so clear, right? Next important one team. Next important one /temp directory. /temp directory. /temp directory. /temp directory team. /temp directory. This is very important directory. Means it is a temp means temporary team. Temp means temporary. Temp means temporary. Temp means temporary. It contains all temporary files. It contains all temporary files. Let me go to temp directory. cd/temp, clear screen, ls. So these are currently we have two temporary files. So temporary files creates in this directory. Temporary files creates in this directory. Let's say temporary files related to current session. You started session. For your current session, any temporary files you created, those are presented in this location. You can say it contains temporary files for current session. Current session. Okay. If any files required only for the current session, if any files required only for current session, later we do not require, we do not we do not require we do not require then we should go for we should go for we should go for creating such type of files files in this directory, because next session these files are not available. If any files required for permanent, if any files required for permanent, then it is never recommended. It is never recommended to create in this location. Team. So it is never recommended to create in this location team. Okay. Next very important directory is class dev directory. Team. Every directory is important. Let's see /dev directory team. What is /dev directory? Dev means device team. Dev means device. So all device related files creates in this location. In Linux, we already discussed everything treated as file. Everything is treated as file. Yes or no? Everything treated as file. It may be device, it may be normal file, it may be directory. Everything treated as file. Everything treated as file, including device files, including devices. All device related files will be stored inside this directory. Inside this directory. Let me show. Go to cd/dev ls. There are multiple device files. AutoFS, TTY, TTY0, TTY1, TTY10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, etc. TT means terminal type. Port, null, NVRAM, mapper, CPU, core, CD-RAM, bus related. Inside motherboard we have bus, right? CD-RAM, core, CPU, disk, FD means floppy disk team. So all devices related files are presented in this location team. all device files presented in this location. It is very important directory. It is important directory team. Yep. Let's see example of device files. Example of device files. We just now see TTY. TTY stands for terminal type. Terminal type. Terminal type. So these are related to terminal related files. Terminal related files. FD. FD stands for floppy disk. Floppy disk. Nowadays, no one using floppy disk. Earlier, olden days, most of the people uses floppy disk. Floppy disk related files. Floppy disk related files. Next one, HD. HD hard disk related files. Hard disk related files. Next one, we can see RAM. RAM. RAM related files. RAM related files. Next one, standard input. Standard input device files. Standard input device files. Like keyboard. Like a keyboard. Next, standard output. Standard output. Standard output. Standard output file setting. Standard output devices. Output devices. Standard output devices. Okay. Next one, standard error. Standard error. So standard error devices. Standard error devices. Standard error devices. So all device files are presented in this location too. All device files are presented in this location. Next, very important directory, MNT directory team. /MNT. MNT directory. Every directory is important. /MNT. MNT means mounting team. Mounting pointer. MNT means mount pointer. Mounting. MNT means mounting. MNT means mounting team. Mounting. So when you attach any extra file, when you attach any extra file, when you attach any extra file, okay, when you attach any extra file system from pen drive or CD, extra file system from USB or CD drive or external hard disk, etc. to the Linux operating system, then it will mount to Linux operating system in /MNT with the name is /MNT. Okay. In old operating systems, old operating systems, we have to mount manually. We have to mount manually. But in latest operating system, devices mounts automatically. When devices mount, when devices devices mount, then only we can use. Then only we can use. We can use. Otherwise, we cannot use it. Otherwise, we cannot use. So mount is MNT is very, very important thing. So next important point about this MNTT, the files of manual mounting will be placed inside MNT directory. The files of manual mount, whatever we do manual mount, right? Manual mount will be placed inside /MNT. Okay. So next very, very important directory is /media directory. /media directory. What is /media directory? This file contain automatic mounting will be placed inside media directory. So here manual mounting place files presented in /MNT. Automatic mounting files presented in /media. The files of automatic mounting will be placed inside media directory. Inside media directory. Automatic files placed inside media directory. Okay. So next very, very important directory is OPT directory. Very, very important one, OPT directory. Before going to OPT directory, go to clear screen, cd/MNT, ls, cd/media, ls. Currently, there are no manual mounting files. There are no automatic mounting files. There are no manual mounting files. There are no automatic mounting files. Yeah. Next important one, /OPT directory. /OPT directory. What is /OPT directory? Okay, /OPT directory. OPT means optional directory. OPT means optional directory. Optional directory. This directory contains all third-party software installation files. This directory contains all third-party software installation files. All third-party software installation files like Hadoop, Spark, Maven, etc. All third-party softwares related, all third-party softwares related files. Okay. All third-party softwares related files. Okay. So let me go to OPT directory, cd/opt ls. Currently, there are no softwares, third-party softwares installed. Okay. Yeah. Next important one thing. Next important one. /lib. /lib directory. Very, very important one thing. /lib directory. This /lib directory contain it. Lib means library team. Lib means lib means lib means library. Library. Lib means library. It contains Linux operating system library files. It contains Linux operating system library files. If you remember, initially we discussed two directories, /bin, /sbin. /bin contain executable files. /bin, /sbin contain executable files or Linux commands. Yes or no? For each command, there is one program. Maybe one program, maybe multiple programs. For each command, maybe one program or multiple programs sitting. Multiple programs. So all commands related, bin commands, SBin related, commands related library files or programs presented in /lib. Go to lib, cd/lib ls. Here it contain library files. Library files. Okay. It contain library files. Library files. So it requires are required it required by our Linux commands, our Linux commands or applications. Linux commands or applications too. Next, very, very important directory, /var directory too. Every directory is important. Every predefined directory is important. First, var means variable data. Var means variable data type. Variable data. Var means variable data. If any data which is keep on changing, if any data keep on changing, keep on changing, such type of data will be stored inside var directory. Such type of data stored inside /var directory. /var directory. Example log files. For log files, we get data continuously. Yes or no? Log files, we get continuous data. So it is recommended to store log files inside. It is recommended to store log files inside /var directory. It may be any software tool. If any software requires data continuously keep on changing, like log files, we store such kind of data inside /var thing. Okay. So next, very important one, proc directory. /proc directory. Proc means process. Proc means process. In Linux, multiple processes are running simultaneously. In Linux, multiple processes running parallelly. Running parallelly. For every process, a unique ID will be there. For every process, for every process, a unique ID available. A unique ID available. For every process, a unique ID is available. We call PID. PID means process ID. Means process ID. Process ID thing. Okay. We call it as process ID. So complete process related information we can find in this location thing. Complete process or all processes running in our system we can find using ps command thing. Let me use first. Let's go to cd proc ls. These are different process IDs. We can use ps command. So this is process ID for bash shell. This is process ID for ps command. So complete process related information we can execute -ef. Different options shooting -ef. Multiple options are there. Okay. So by using process command, ps command, we can find different processes. And next, very important directory /usr thing. Very important directory is /usr. /usr directory. /usr directory. USR means user thing. USR means user. USR means user. So this directory contains all user related softwares. This directory contains all user related softwares. Let's go to /usr, cd /usr, ls. Here we see bin, lib, etc. Right? Let's go bin, ls. If you observe, here we have multiple user softwares. Let me show. So we installed server software, right? We installed server software. It is not installed multiple software team. So understand one important point about /usr. It contain all user related softwares. It contain all user related softwares team. Okay, clear, right? Team? So these are different directories of Linux file system hierarchy. Linux file system hierarchy team. Okay, yeah. So that's it for Linux file system hierarchy team. Linux installation introduction team. Okay, first one team. We need either physical machine or virtual machine. We need either physical machine or virtual machine team. Process of installation is the same on physical machine or virtual machine. Physical machine or virtual machine. The process of installation is same thing. Okay. So next one, we have two types of operating systems. All Linux operating systems comes in two types. All Linux operating systems comes in two types. They are server operating systems, or we can say CUI, stands for command user interface. Second one, desktop operating system. We can call GUI, graphical user interface. So we get two kinds of operating systems: server operating systems and desktop operating systems. So all development servers, comma, testing servers, and production servers. We can say live servers. We use server operating system. Team. Coming to desktop, all developer missions, we go for desktop operating system team. So it provides a graphical user interface. It provides only command user. You cannot have any single graphical user interfaces. Everything is command user interface. Okay. Clear, writing? First important one, you need either physical machine or virtual machine. Next important point today. If it is a physical machine, if it is physical machine, we use DVD to install operating system. If it is virtual machine, we will use ISO file to install. Okay. If it is a physical machine, we will use DVD, and through DVD we will install. If it is virtual machine, we will install Linux operating system using ISO file team. Clear, right, team? So in this course, we are going to use virtual machine team. We are going to use virtual machine. Let me diagrammatically explain. So this is our operating system. This is our machine. So in this machine, we have Windows operating system. Windows operating system. We have Windows operating system. In this, we are going to install virtualization software. We are going to install virtualization software. So there is one popular virtualization software is Oracle VM VirtualBox. Oracle VM VirtualBox. So this is most popular. Okay. So important feature team. In this course, we are going to use virtualization. We are going to use virtualization. So ISO file means it's a image file team. ISO file means it's a image file. So instead of DVD, they will convert as image. They give image. Okay. So in this course, we are going to use virtualization. Okay. Virtualization. Here we have different virtualization softwares. Virtualization softwares. We have different virtualization softwares like VMware, Oracle VM VirtualBox, Oracle VM VirtualBox. There are many virtualization softwares are available in the market. We are going to use this one thing. In our course, we use Oracle VM VirtualBox. Okay. So first we will install Oracle VM VirtualBox. In this Oracle VM VirtualBox, we are going to create one virtual machine. We are going to create virtual machine. We are going to create virtual machine. We are going to create one virtual machine. I will explain this complete process step by step team. So we are going to create one virtual machine. In this virtual machine, we are going to install Linux operating system. We are going to install Linux operating system team. We are going to install Linux operating system. Here we are going to install CentOS 8 server operating system. CentOS 8 server operating system. CentOS 8 server operating system team. So we are going to practice CentOS 8 server operating system in today's class team. Clear, right? So this is our setup. This is our setup. So after completing installation, you will have this complete setup. This complete setup team. So in this way, we are going to install. In this way, we are going to install our Linux practice environment. Okay, clear, right? Okay. And I recommend who do not have idea about virtualization, I recommend one course team. We have one course here, cfamily.com. Here we have one category called OS and virtualization. Here we have virtualization. In this virtualization, we have Oracle VM VirtualBox team, Oracle VM VirtualBox. This is very less price. So I recommend this course to purchase team. Okay, use this course. Here we are going to cover a lot of things team. What is VirtualBox? How to install virtualization software? Ubuntu server installation, Ubuntu desktop installation, CentOS server installation, CentOS desktop installation, and next one, SSH clients, cloning, languages installations, databases installations, multiple installations you are going to see as part of this Oracle VM VirtualBox team. It is very, very, very important course for everyone. You may be a developer, you may be an administrator, you may be working in cloud environment. It will help a lot of team. You may be a DevOps engineer, you may be a developer, you may be a big data engineer, you may be a data scientist. This course is very, very important for everyone team. It is very less price. Try to grab this opportunity team. It is covered by me. Okay. So you are going to see many things as part of this course team. I'm going to add many things in this Oracle VM VirtualBox, mastering Oracle VM VirtualBox. Okay. So clear, right team? Introduction to Linux installation introduction. Clear, right? Okay. Yeah, next important one, Oracle VM VirtualBox installation team. Oracle VM VirtualBox installation as part of Linux Essentials or Linux Basics or Linux for Everyone or Linux Foundation. Let's understand Oracle VM VirtualBox installation team. Open any web browser. Open any web browser. Okay. So download Oracle VM VirtualBox. Understand steps to install Oracle VM VirtualBox. Oracle VM VirtualBox team. Steps to install Oracle VM VirtualBox. Step 1, download Oracle VM VirtualBox. Step 1, download download Oracle VM VirtualBox. Oracle VM VirtualBox. Step 2, install Oracle VM VirtualBox. Step 3, start Oracle VM VirtualBox. Start Oracle VM VirtualBox. Okay, so first download thing, open any web browser, search Oracle VirtualBox. Oracle VirtualBox download. This is first virtualbox.org, or you can go for Oracle. Okay, so virtualbox.org. So this is Oracle VirtualBox location. Here you see Windows hosts. Click on Windows hosts. Click on download. I am downloading all my software under F drive C family software, Oracle VirtualBox. So once download is successful, team. So download Oracle VM VirtualBox. Once download is successful, we will install it. Install Oracle VM VirtualBox. So installation is very easy, team. Double click on downloaded file, and choose all default options. Okay. So downloaded successfully. Let's go to downloaded path. So I have downloaded under F drive C family software. Here Oracle VM VirtualBox. Before that, earlier I have installed F drive program files. Here we have Oracle. So let me remove this Oracle thing, because earlier I have installed. So I am removing this one. Yep. Now go to download location software, C family software. Double click on this VirtualBox. Click on next button. So here default it is choosing C drive. Here in my mission, C drive has less space. C drive has very less space. So I'm going to install under F drive team. F drive. Let me change this one to F drive. F drive. Click on OK. Then click on next button. Click on yes. Click on install. It may take click on yes button team. It may take few minutes of time. So here it is selected start. Click on finish button. Team. So successfully installed. Then start Oracle VM VirtualBox. Start Oracle VM VirtualBox tip. Start Oracle VM VirtualBox. Click on Oracle VM, VirtualBox. Then it will start. Okay, so let's see team. Desktop, we can see Oracle VM VirtualBox. Double click on this Oracle VM VirtualBox. It will start. It will start. And one more important point, team. One more important point. So here there is one more important point, team. Step 4. Step 4. Add extension pack. Add extension pack. What is extension pack? Add extension pack thing. Add extension pack. Download extension pack. Download extension pack and double click it. It will automatically adds to it will automatically adds to Oracle VM VirtualBox. Oracle VM VirtualBox system. It will automatically adds to Oracle VM VirtualBox system. So let's go here. If you observe here Oracle VM VirtualBox extension pack. This extension pack contain supporting for USB 2.0, USB 3.0 devices. Means USB 2.0, USB 3.0 compared to USB 1.0. These drivers copies data from USB to computer to USB very fast. And virtual RDP, disk encryption, lot of additional features was presented in this extension pack. Click on all supported versions. It will start downloading team. Double click on this one. Here it is saying install. Click on install. Let's scroll down. I click on I agree. Click on yes button. That's setting. It will add extension pack. Successfully added extension pack. That's it for Oracle VM VirtualBox installation team. Oracle VM VirtualBox installation. That's it for Oracle VM VirtualBox installation. CentOS 8 installation team. I said one important point in Linux installation introduction. All Linux flavors follows two types of syntaxes. Yes or no? All Linux follows so two types of syntaxes: Red Hat based and Debian based. Did you remember him? All Linux operating systems follows Red Hat based and Debian based. All Linux operating systems follows two syntaxes, Red Hat based and Debian based. CentOS is Red Hat flavor team. CentOS is Red Hat based. Most of production servers are, most of development servers are, most of testing servers are Red Hat based servers. Most of servers team, Red Hat operating system. So if you are working CentOS means syntax of Red Hat, syntax of Oracle Linux is same thing. There is no change. Installation process also same. The commands which we are going to practice is same. So that's why I am choosing CentOS 8 team. There is no special reason to choose CentOS. And nowadays we can see many production servers, development servers, testing servers as CentOS operating system team. That's why I chosen CentOS operating system. In CentOS 8 is the latest one. CentOS 8. It is similar to Red Hat 8, Red Hat Linux 8. CentOS 8 is similar to Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8. Okay. Syntax of CentOS is same as Red Hat. Okay. So now let's see installation of CentOS 8. Understand steps to install CentOS 8. CentOS 8 team. Steps to install CentOS 8. Step 1 team. Step 1. First create virtual machine. Create virtual machine. Step 2. Step 2. Step 2. Step 2. Download CentOS 8 server ISO file. CentOS 8 server or desktop ISO file. Step 3 team. So next one, attach ISO file. Change settings and attach ISO file. Change settings and attach ISO file. Next one, step 4. Step 4. Install CentOS 8 server. CentOS 8 server operating system. Install CentOS 8 operating system team. Okay. So these are the steps we are going to do as part of this one. So first one, create a virtual machine team. Create a virtual machine. Create a virtual machine. Create virtual machine. So start Oracle VM VirtualBox. Oracle VM VirtualBox. Start Oracle VM VirtualBox. So we started Oracle VM VirtualBox team. We started Oracle VM VirtualBox. Okay. So go to mission. Click on new. Start Oracle VM VirtualBox. Go to menu, mission menu, or click on go to mission menu, or click on new button. Click on new button. Go to mission menu. Click on new, or click on new button or control plus N. Okay, so when you click on this one, new, you will get create virtual machine window. You will get window. So you will get window team. You will get window. So here give a name. Give a name. So here it is asking name. I am giving CentOS 8 server. CentOS 8 server. So it is going to install this CentOS 8 virtual machine under C drive. C drive, I do not have a more memory. C drive, I do not have a more memory. So what I want to do, I am going to F drive. I am going to C family. I am going to software. Here I have virtual machines. Here I have a Linux. In Linux, I have CentOS 8 server. Let me remove this one. Let me remove this one. So here I am going to install him. So let me select this one, choose machine folder, other location, go to F drive, go to C family, go to software, go to VMs, go to Linux. Here I am creating one folder saying CentOS 8 server. I am choosing this server to install location. Okay. Choose machine folder team. Choose path to install. So here, let's say here we chosen CentOS 8 server. Here we chosen F drive / C family / VMs / Linux / here I created one folder. Okay, next one team, type is Linux. Type is Linux and version is Red Hat based. Version select Red Hat 64-bit. My mission is 64-bit supported. I chosen Red Hat 64-bit. Then click on next button team. Click on next button. Click on next button team. Click on next button. After click on next button, here we are seeing memory size. Memory size is RAM memory team. RAM memory. Recommended memory is 2 GB RAM. My system is 16 GB RAM. So I am allocating 4 GB RAM. 4 GB RAM to this virtual machine. Click on next. Click on next. Click on next button team. After that, you will see hard disk related. Click on create. So you will see hard disk related. Create a disk. Hard disk related team. So here we choose options. Create next. So create next. Create next. And next one team. Here size 30 GB recommended. recommended. So give a 30 GB team. So here I am giving 30 GB. 30 GB. Click on create. Click on create a team. Click on create. So that's it for virtual machine creation team. So we successfully created virtual machine. We successfully created virtual machine team. Now download CentOS 8 server ISO file. ISO means it's an image. They converted uh, disco file, CD DVD, right? From CD or DVD, they converted into ISO, image file formatting. We have burn option in DVD writers and CD writers, right? So by using that, they converted into ISO file format. Okay, so download ISO file. So go to any browser, search on CentOS download team. So this is the first link team, download CentOS. This is first link to download. First link to download. Here we can see CentOS 8 team. So here ISO file, CentOS Linux, we have a streaming, we have Linux. So click on this x86 and 64-bit. Click on x86 and 64-bit. Here we see different links. Click on this one. If you observe, it is going to download. So here we see ISO files, DVD ISO file, DVD ISO file team. So CentOS x86 DVD. What is the size? Around 9 GB file. 9 GB. Okay. So let's go back. Let's go streaming here. Click on streaming. Click on anyone. So here, if you observe ISO file, so DVD ISO file, all DVD ISO files, minimum 10 GB. Streaming 10 GB. So DVD ISO files 9 GB, 10 GB files. Yes or no? So we want only CentOS server ISO file, CentOS server download. Okay. Instead of CentOS server, let's say minimal download, CentOS minimal download. Let's scroll down. Let's scroll down. So it is here we didn't see ISO file. Let me show in my mission. Under software, under operating system, here I have CentOS DVD. So you can download this CentOS DVD, ISO file. So go to here, click on this one. So this is download link team. This is download link. This is download link. Download CentOS 8 from this location. Okay. So DVD ISO file they are providing. DVD ISO file they are providing. Download DVD ISO file. So So it may take a few minutes time because it is 9 GB plus. Okay, let me scroll. Let me show size of this one. So it's 9 GB. Properties. It is 9.24 GB. So depends upon your internet speed. It may take few minutes time to download it. Once download is successful, then start installation team. First, change settings. Change settings. Change settings setting. Change settings and attach ISO file. Attach ISO file. Go to virtual machine team. Go to VM. Go to virtual machine. Go to virtual machine. So this is virtual machine. Click on settings. Click on settings. Click on settings. Click on settings. Go to virtual machine. Click on settings. Or let's say select virtual machine. Go click on settings. Here, first one. Here description I am writing CentOS C family CentOS 8 server. Okay, go to storage. Go to storage. Go to storage and attach ISO file. So select this empty. Here we see CD DVD symbol. Here we can choose a disk file. Select this CentOS site. Click on open. Next, go to networking. Next important one. Go to networking. Go to networking. Here we see one option. Here we see different options. We can create 4 LAN cards for this virtual machine. Here first LAN card, NAT. We are seeing NAT option. Here we are seeing NAT. When you are using LAN card for internet, choose this NAT. Bridge adapter. When you are using Wi-Fi for internet, choose bridge adapter. I'm using Wi-Fi team. So that's why I'm choosing this one is bridge adapter. I'm choosing bridge adapter. Click on OK team. Click on OK. So changing settings and attaching ISO file is completed. Now let's start in install CentOS server operating system. Install CentOS 8 server operating system. So click on start button. Click on start button. So first select virtual machine. Select virtual machine. Click on start button. Click on start button. Choose all default options. Okay, choose all default options. Okay, So go to here. So select virtual machine, click on start button. Then it will start installing thing. Then it will start installing. So here under view, you can see scale mode or full screen. I'm making a scale mode. Select CentOS 8, press enter. Select CentOS 8, click on enter. Then it is started installing thing. Let's wait. We can make it as full screen also. Yep. Default option, I am recommending English. Click on continue. Click on continue. Here team, choose some options here. So here, so go to here installation destination team. Installation destination already selected with already it is selected with this one time uncheck, again check. Okay, so go to done button, team. Okay, go to done button. Next one, let's choose here server with software selection. Here select server. Here we have an option server and we have minimal install team. I recommend you to select minimal installation. So go to no, let's select a minimal installation. Okay, now Let's click on done button team. Yep, click on done button team. Click on done button. So we choose an minimal version. Minimal means a server version team. Next one, go to time and date team. Time and date. So let's change the time and date. Here I'm choosing Asia, and city I'm choosing Kolkata. So here I'm choosing AM and PM. So click on done button. Next one, go to network and host name. Here I'm giving host name team. Here I'm giving host name, computer name is C family. Click on apply. Next, I am going to enable network card. Yep, I am enabling network card. Now click on done button. So next one, go to username, root user password. I'm setting root user password is C family. Root user password is C family, and confirm password also C family. So I have one more option, user creation. I'm creating one user. Username is C family, and I'm making this user as an administrator, and I'm entering password for this user C family. Confirm password also C family. Okay. Next one, begin installation team. Begin installation. Then it will start installing team. Understand? We have created two users. We have created two users. There. First one team. User one. User one. Username is root. Password is C family. So this is the main administrator team. Main admin. Next one, I have created another user two. Name is C family. Username is C family. So this user I created for admin purpose, administration purpose. This user may be admin for Hadoop, maybe for any server, maybe for any server. For any server administration purpose, I created C family user, password also C family. Username is C family, password also is C family. If you observe, it is installing 365 packages. Each package is one software. If it is a graphical user interface, it installs a lot of packages team, because of minimal installation. It is installing only 365 packages. It may take few minutes time team. Let's wait to finish this one team. it is still installing team. Let's wait few more minutes. Yep, almost installation is completed team. So once installation is completed, access Linux operating system team. Step 5. Step 5. Access CentOS 8 server. Access CentOS 8 server. Okay. So almost installation is completed. Let's wait team. Yeah, installation is completed team. Click on reboot option. Installation is completed. Click on reboot. So click on reboot to system. It is rebooting. Once reboot is completed, then access CentOS 8 server. Select virtual machine. Select virtual machine. Start virtual machine. Start virtual machine. Select virtual machine. Start virtual machine. Okay. It will start. It will start. It will start VM. CentOS 8 server virtual machine. It start CentOS server virtual machine. Use any one user. Use any one user to log in. To log in. Okay. So we have two users. Use any one user. Use any one user to log in team. Use any one user to log in team. Okay. So let me, this one is started team. So we rebooted, it is started. If it is not started team, click on power off. Yep. Here select the VM. Click on start button team. Click on start button. It will start a virtual machine. It will start a CentOS 8 server virtual machine team. This is CentOS 8 server virtual machine. You can make it as full screen also. Make it as full screen. Yeah, enter password. I'm entering username is C family. Password is C family. Password is C family. So we successfully connected. So if you observe Oracle VM VirtualBox mission, it is not user friendly. Let's say I want to copy something from here. I want to copy something from here. I want to place into this mission team. No, when I click on capture, when I try to place, it will not work. It will not work. So it is not user friendly. So to avoid user friendly, to avoid this problem, we go for SSH clients. SSH clients. We will see how to use SSH client team. We will see how to use SSH client in next session, next class. Okay. SSH clients class team. Yeah. So that's it for CentOS 8 server installation. CentOS 8 server installation. Okay. Yeah. So in previous class, we understand CentOS 8 server installation. We practically seen CentOS 8 installation team. We seen Oracle VM VirtualBox installation. After that, we seen CentOS 8 installation, right? Now let's see SSH client. Only one problem we seen whenever we start Oracle CentOS 8 server from Oracle VM VirtualBox, it is not user friendly. It is not user friendly. You cannot copy, paste outside content into your virtual machine. So virtual machine which is started in VirtualBox is not user friendly. So to avoid that problem, we go for SSH clients. SSH clients, SSH stands for secure cell. Secure cell. SSH clients can be used to connect any Linux machine, any Linux machine team, any Linux machine. So we have many SSH clients, like Putty, MRemote NG, MobaXterm. Lot of SSH clients are there. Lot of SSH clients are there. So what is the purpose of all these clients? For connecting Linux machine. It may be within your system, or it may be installed in somewhere, let's say on premise. Linux server installed in on premise. Linux server. So on premise means our own place. On premise. Or it may be created in any one of the cloud. It may be created in any one of the cloud. So cloud may be AWS, cloud may be GCP, cloud may be anything. So cloud may be AWS, or cloud may be Azure, or cloud may be GCP. GCP stands for Google Cloud, or any cloud team, any cloud. Cloud may be any cloud team. Cloud may be any cloud. We have a mission. With the Linux operating system. Linux server. So first one team, we may have Linux mission in our own virtualization software. Or it may be in our own data center. It may be in any one of the cloud. So what we are going to do, we are going to install SSH client. So we are going to install SSH client team. So we have different SSH clients. We have different SSH clients, Putty, MRemoteNG. We have MobaXterm. Okay. So by using this SSH clients, we can create a connection. We can create a connection. We can create a connection to Linux machine team. We can create a connection to Linux machine. We can create a connection to Linux machine team. Once you create a connection between Linux machine, you will get a cell. You will get cell team. Once we create a connection, we will get a cell. So like this cell team, C family. So here, this kind of cell you are going to get into this SSH cell. From this, you can execute any Linux command team. Here you can execute any Linux command. Once you will get Linux cell, you can execute any Linux command. So by using SSH cell, we can create a connection to any machine. It may be in our virtualization software. It may be in somewhere physical machine. It may be in any cloud machine. By using SSH client, we can create a connection and we can execute Linux commands from our SSH client. SSH client, once we create a connection between your operating system with the SSH client, you will get this kind of cell. Once you get a cell, then you can write any Linux command team. You can write any Linux command. So you are going to write Linux commands in SSH client, but actual execution is happen in corresponding machine. Okay. Okay, team. So this is SSH client. SSH client. So let me take this diagram. Understand right thing. What are SSH clients? What are SSH clients? Understand right, Tim? What are SSH clients? Clear, right? Okay. Yeah, we understand what are SSH clients, right? What are SSH client? Now let's see MobaXterm SSH client installation and connection creation team. Creating connection to your virtual machine. For more SSH clients team, for more information about SSH, go to our cfamily.com. So here we have category called OS and virtualization. Under OS and virtualization, we have virtualization software. Here we have a Oracle VM VirtualBox. Here we have one concept called SSH clients. In this SSH clients, I have explained Putty, MRemoteNG, MobaXterm team. In our class, we are going to see MobaXterm for more SSH clients. And I'm going to add new SSH clients to this this category team. So please try to purchase this course team. Okay. It is very important course, mastering Oracle VM VirtualBox. It is for any one team. You may be developer, you may be administrator, you may be cloud engineer, you may be DevOps engineer. This one is for everyone. Okay. Yeah. So now let's see. MobaXterm SSH clients, SSH client installation. First one, MobaXterm SSH client installation. MobaXterm SSH client installation. MobaXterm SSH client installation team. So first one, download MobaXterm SSH client. Download MobaXterm SSH client. Install MobaXterm SSH client. We have free and paid versions. We have free and paid versions. Open any web browser team. Here search MobaXterm download. So click on first link team. So this is the link to download MobaXterm team. This is the link to download MobaXterm. This is the link to download MobaXterm. Here we have a home edition. It is free. Max 12 sessions you can create. And this one is professional edition. It is paid version or licensed version team. I'm downloading home edition. Click on download. Here we have a installable software and portable software. Portable software we get. So we get portable software with zip file team. I'm clicking on this one, portable software. So I'm going to download this one under my F drive under C family, under software. I have SSH clients. Here I'm downloading team. Download this one. So it is downloaded successfully. If you download portable version, installation is very easy. Extract downloaded portable version. Extract downloaded portable version team. That's it for installation team. Let me go download location. Okay, here we have this portable version. Right click on this one, extract here. Sorry. So you will get to these files. Let me remove this one. So right click on this one, extract to MobaXterm. Okay, so let's change this name to C family MobaXterm. C family MobaXterm. Let me go here. Here also I am giving C family MobaXterm. I'm giving name. Let's right click on this one. Send to send it to desktop. That's it, team. Desktop, you will get a shortcut, team. Desktop, we got a shortcut. Okay, so first step, installation is completed, team. First step, installation is completed. Now, second step, team. Second step, create a connection. Create a connection. Create a connection, team. Create a connection. Create a connection. So next important step, create a connection. First one, start SSH client. Start MobaXterm. Okay. So I'm going to start MobaXterm. This is our MobaXterm. I started successfully. Okay. First one, we started successfully. Second one, team, here it is asking allow access. Yes, click on allow access. It will allow access to MobaXterm. So first one, we started MobaXterm. Next one, team, your Linux should be started. Linux should be started. Okay, we have Linux is already started. Okay, next one, team. Next one, find IP address of your Linux machine. Find IP address of your Linux machine, team. Okay, so let me go here. There is a command called IP space A. So open your Linux machine, IP space A. It will return IP address. What is my IP address? Let me go here. So here, if you observe 192.168.0.110. So my IP address is 192.168.0.110. Yes or no? 0.110. My IP address is 192.168.0.110. Okay. So next one, team. Next one, team. Next important one, team. Create a SSH connection. SSH connection. So go to MobaXterm, team. Here we have a session. Click on session. Here we have SSH. Here we have IP address. Host name means IP address 192.168.0.110. Specify username. Username is C family. Go to bookmarks. Here give a name. I'm giving name is C family CentOS 8 server. C family CentOS 8 server. Click on OK. Here you got C family CentOS 8 server. Enter password. C team, press Control, move your mouse pointer. It will increase your screen. Increase and decrease. It is not possible here. You cannot increase, you cannot decrease with mouse pointer. Okay, first one, enter your C family user password. So first time only it will ask us to save. So enter C family and C family, then click on OK. So clear screen, team. Yeah. So if you want to find anything, let's say go to Google, search some command, ls command. I want to execute this ls command. Let me execute this ls command team. Just for testing purpose, I am saying copy this ls command, paste here, paste, enter. But it is not possible in here. It is not possible. You cannot paste. Sorry. Oracle VM VirtualBox window. In Oracle VM VirtualBox window is not user friendly, but our Linux operating, but our MobaXterm is user friendly. It is user friendly team. MobaXterm is user friendly. Not only MobaXterm, almost all these SSH clients are user friendly. That's why people are going for SSH clients. People are going for SSH clients. There they are executing commands. So you are thinking you are executing in MobaXterm, but actual command execution happen in corresponding server. Okay. Clear, right, team? What is MobaXterm? How to install MobaXterm and how to create a connection to MobaXterm. First one, we understand what are SSH clients. Then we understand MobaXterm installation. Then we understand creating connection between MobaXterm. Okay. For more SSH clients, for more information about SSH clients, I always recommend to purchase this course team under C family. We have a category called OS and virtualization. OS and virtualization. Here we see virtualization. Under virtualization, we see mastering Oracle VM VirtualBox. Okay. Here I have explained about SSH clients. Not only SSH client, multiple concepts, multiple softwares installation in Linux operating system. It may be Debian flavor, it may be Red Hat flavor. All installations you can see in this Oracle VM VirtualBox. I recommend this course to purchase too. Clear, right? What are SSH clients? How to install SSH clients? Okay. Yeah. Let's start it. In this session, we are going to start Linux basic commands. First one, let's understand prompt, Linux prompt. For root user, we see prompt is as prompt. For root user, we see as prompt. As prompt is for root user, and dollar prompt is for normal user, team. In our system, we have two users. One root user, second one is C family user. While installation, we created two users. So for this user, password, so user one and password we created for this user is C family. Okay. Second user two, we created C family user. C family user team. At the time of installation, we created C family user, and password for this user is C family. So we have two users. I started Linux environment with the C family user. So this is $prompt. We call $prompt. Let's open duplicate tab. Duplicate tab. Here, let me enter into C family user. Let's scroll down. Clear screen. So next important one, to switch from one user to another user, we have a command called su. Su stands for switch user. Switch user. So to switch from one user to another user, to switch or change from one user to another user. So we use su command team. Let's say we are under C family user. I'm using su root. It will ask password. Then if you enter password, we are going to enter into dollar prompt to as prompt to. Let me execute su root. It will ask password, root password. We have to enter root password. Root password we have C family user, C family team. So we got $prompt. Next one, there is one command team. There is one command pwd. Pwd stands for present working directory. Present it displays present working directory. Present working directory team. Present working directory. pwd stands for present working directory. Let's say pwd. So we got C family, home C family. Coming to here, pwd, we got C family. Yes or no? So this is current working directory in a root prompt, normal user prompt. Root prompt, let's see cd, clear screen. Let's now type pwd. Oh, sorry. Here, root user, cd, clear screen, pwd. So slash root is a home directory of root user. Okay, this is home directory of C family user. Home directory of C family user. C family user. This is home directory of root user. Home directory of root user. Understand, right, team? So pwd command displays current working directory. Su command, we can switch from one user to another user. Next important command, team. See, we are new to Linux environment. We don't know command purpose. We know the command, but we don't know command purpose. We don't know syntax of the command. Generally, we are going to browse the command or anything in a Google, right? Yes or no, team? Generally, we are going to browse that command. So it gives a list of pages. We can select the first few pages, and we can see command and command description, and we execute that command related operations. Instead of that, Linux provides help pages, team. Help pages. There are three commands, team. There are three commands. There are three commands to know to know to know about any command, to know about to know about any Linux command, any Linux command type. There are two commands available to know about any Linux command. They are first one type man command, second one type info command, third one type third one, and if you know command name, type command name and hyphen help. These are three options to know any Linux command type. Three commands to know any command. Okay. First, I want to know about, let me close this root user. Okay, let's enter into C family user. I want to know about pwd command. I want to know about pwd command type. Then I'm typing man. I'm typing man pwd. So it is giving pwd print the current working directory details. Print name of the current working directory. Okay. Along with this one, it is giving some options. Hyphen L, it gives logical. Hyphen P, physical. Hyphen help, display the help. Hyphen version, output version. Okay. So some options, and displays some information about command. If you want to come out from this man page, you can click Q to quit from this help page. If you press Q, it will come out from man page. It will come out from man page stream. Understand, right? So first one, man. Let me type man command. So this is the syntax for man command. So manual pages, it will display to manual of this page. So example we are using man pwd. Yes or no? To come out from man pages, we press man pages, press Q. So another command info. Another command is info team. Same. Info also same. Let's take info pwd. Observe the difference too. So it is also giving information. Press enter. So same info pwd. It displays information of command. Let's say another command is another important command space hyphen help. Let's observe this command. Let me execute pwd hyphen help. Think hyphen help. Let's scroll down. Yeah. So pwd hyphen help. No, hyphen help. Let's say info pwd. Observe options thing. Man pwd hyphen help, display the help and exit. So pwd hyphen help. Okay, so other command, let's see, ls hyphen help. It is giving for pwd help page is not available. For other command we are seeing, right? So you can execute any command. Let's say ls command hyphen help hyphen help to command hyphen help to get the information of command team. Understand, right? Next, very important command. See, I want to know currently logged in user. To display currently logged in user. So we have a command who space am space I, or we can use who space who am I, combined word. Let's see the difference of this command. See, clear the screen, and who space am space I, it is giving username and terminal type pts/0, and when he logged in, this is the date and time. Okay, next one, write who am I combination combined. It is giving just a name. It gives username. It gives only username, but it gives what? It gives username with terminal type he logged in, and date and time, etc. So who space am space I gives complete information thing. So from this C family user, I am switching to another user team. Let's say from C family user, I am switching to root user. Let's say I am switching to root user. Okay, clear screen. Here I am typing who space am space I. It is still giving C family user and logged in details. From C family user, we switch to root user. If you type who am I combination, it is giving current logged in user. The main advantage of this second command is current username. It gives additionally, it gives what? It gives current username. But this one gives logged in username. Who logged in initially? It gives that username, but not current username. If you want to know current username, we go for second command team. Clear, right team? Now let's understand team. Copy file or directory. First let's see file. So I want to copy file from one location to other location or same location. To copy file from one location to other location or same location with a different name. Okay. So copy, we use cp command. We use cp command. Cp stands for copy. Copy file or directory. Copy file or directory strip. Original copy available, it creates a duplicate file or directory. Okay. So first let's see file. Later we are going to see directory. Directory. Okay. So let's see it, file or directory. First one, ls. We have different files. Comment file. So I'm using cp comment and comment 3. Comment 3. So cat comment and cat comment 3. Both file contain same content. Yes or no? Both files contain same content. Original file is available. It will create a duplicate file in same directory, same location. Okay. So different location. Let's say to copy file, different location. Here we are going to use /opt. Okay. Let me copy. So cp comment file under root under opt. I want to create a comment file. It is giving error saying permission denied because we logged in as a C family user. C family user does not have access permission of opt directory. Then use sudo command. So now display cat comment current location file. Let's display /opt/comment. Both contain same content, right? Yes or no? So we are able to copy file from one location to other location. From one location to other location. So we understand how to copy file from one location to other location. Similar way, directory it is. Directory. Here we have a directory, clear screen, ls. So we have directory saying C family. Let's go to C family, cd C family. Let's go to cd C family, ls. There is no file. I'm creating some file here. Let's say move the file, cd dot cp comment file. I want to move to C family directory. C family directory ls cd C family ls. We have a comment file, and along with this one, I am creating some files, some directories, mkdir, dir1, d2, d1, d2, d3, etc. Okay, ls C family directory having multiple files. cd dot clear screen. First one, ls space C family directory. Okay, we have these files. So I want to copy this directory in same location with a different name. cp C family directory. I want to copy to C family 2. It is giving error saying omitting a directory. Omitting a directory. So here we are getting error saying omitting, not error, it is giving omitting directory. If you want to copy directory, we have to use -r option. R means recursively. recursively. See, why we want to pass -r means a directory may contain files, a directory may contain subdirectories, subdirectory may contain files and subdirectories. Yes or no? So to copy entire thing, we have to ask Linux, Linux, copy entire directory -r. Successfully copied. ls-l. CT, we have a C family to C family. Yes or no? So we use entire thing, entire directory. So we are using what? -r option. So this is for same directory location. This is for same location. Same location. I want to copy different location. Copy different location. Copy to different location. Copy to different location. Different location. Copy to different location too. So opt directory. We use what? We use cp command only, but here I want to copy under root under opt, then directory name is same or C family to directory. Let's try. Here first option it is giving permission denied because opt we do not have access. Then use sudo. Now successful. ls class opt. So C family to directory is created. Yes or no? Yes or no, team? So that's it for copy command team. Copy command. That's it for copy command. Next one, mv command team. Move file or directory. Move file or directory. It is very, very important. Copy command, copy cp command, cp command copies content of file or directory. Original copy available in same location. Original copy available in same location. Original copy available in same location. But mv command moves file or directory from original location to destination. It will not maintain two copies. It will remove file or directory from original location or source location to destination location. Okay. Let's see team. First let's see with the file. Let's see with the file team. Clear screen. Let's say ls. Here we have a comment to 2 file or comment to 3 file. So mv comment to 3. I want to move this file permanently to C family directory. Under C family directory team. Before that C family directory, let's see ls C family directory. We do not have comment to 3 file. I'm using mv command comment to 3 to C family directory. Okay. ls here comment to 3 is not available. Previously without before moving comment to 3 file is available. So in C family directory, there is no comment to 3 before moving. After moving, C family contain comment to 3 file. So it moved file permanently from one location to other location. Okay. So this is file related. Now let's discuss directory related. Directory. Let's see directory team. See team, current location. Let's clear the screen. PWD, LS. Here we have C family to Hadoop directory. I want to move Hadoop directory from current location to OPT location. So I am using sudo mv Hadoop directory from current location to /opt. ls Hadoop directory not available here. So ls/opt. Hadoop directory presented in OPT directory. Yes or no? For mv command, no need to pass -r option. For moving directory, no need to pass -r option. But copy purpose we have to pass -r option team. Okay. Next important command, rename file or directory. There is no separate command. Separate command for rename file or directory. There is no separate command to rename file or directory. We use mv command for rename also. Let's see file team. Clear the screen. ls command. Here we have a file name comment to 2y, right? I want to rename this one to comment to 3. Okay. So mv comment to 2y to comment to 3. Now ls. See, comment to 2y replaced with comment to 3. So here I have a C family 2. This one I want to convert as a different name. Let me copy this one. File related. Next one, let's see directory related. Directory related. So comment to 2, I want to change it as a Linux directory. mv C family 2 directory. I want to change it to Linux. ls. See it is changed as Linux. Yes or no? So mv command can be used for renaming files and directory. To move files and directories from one location to other location or same directory, we use mv command. Rename also we use mv command for rename also. For renaming purpose, they did not give separate command because mv command means it is moving with a different name in same location or different location. So rename purpose also we use mv command. Okay. Next important command, to know information about system. To know information about the system. Let's say operating system type, whether it is 16-bit operating system or 32-bit operating system, kernel type, etc. If you want to know information about system, we use command saying uname type. It may be in user, it may be in root user or normal user. I am typing uname. It is giving uname means it is giving operating system. So let's say we have uname. It gives OS name. OS name. Okay. I want to know complete commands or options of uname. We use uname -help. See, we have an option -a or -all to print all information in a following order. Let's say I want to give uname -a or -all. See, operating system is a Linux operating system, and current logged in user is C family. So kernel related, and whether it is 32-bit or 64-bit. So it is giving complete information type, complete information of your system. So we have different options: uname -a, uname -a, or uname -all. Gives complete information. Gives complete information. Okay. Next one. I want to know last booted time. To know last booted time. Last booted time. When our operating system booted, we want to know. So for that one, let me execute a command uptime. Let's press uptime. See, so first from C family user we switch it to root user, and second again from C family user we switch it to root user. It is giving information chain 3 users and load average time. So actually it is started 22 minutes back. Yes or no? 22 minutes back it is started. Current time is 10:58, but it is started 22 minutes back. This server is started 22 minutes back. So uptime gives what? Uptime gives when server is started. Yes or no? So it gives when system is booted. It gives uptime and load average. Uptime and load average. Other command we have to last command. There is a command called last. Last time. C family user logged in terminal. So Sunday 14th 10:53. So rebooted time. So Wednesday June 10 it is created, rebooted again June 10. So it is giving complete information when user rebooted, started, logged in. It is giving complete information of this user. come to root user, type last. So here also it is giving same information. First we are login as a root user, right? Yes or no? So first one, last is giving. Next important command, last command. What is this last command? It displays last booted from start to till date. It gives last booted, that is from start to till date. From start to till date. Till date. And we have one more option, team. We have one more option. Who space -b. Who space -b. Let's see. Clear screen. Who space -b. System boot time. So this is 14/10/36. It shows only last boot. Who space -b. Next one. Who space -b. It shows only last boot team. Last boot. Yes or no? Let's say team, to know list of files and directories, we use a command saying ls. Clear screen. ls. ls commands gives list of files and directories. In current working directory, there is no files and directories. That's why it is not giving. Okay, let's create some files. Let's create some directories. dir1, dir2, dir3. Let's create some directories. ls command. It is giving list of files and directories. List of files and directories. So first one, ls command. ls command. It gives list of files and directories. List of files and directories. Okay, it is giving list of files and directories. I want to know more about this ls command. So we use ls space hyphen help. ls space hyphen help. Hyphen help may not available in all the commands. So that's why we use either man command, info command type. ls space hyphen help. So these are different options. For ls command, we use these many options are out there. These many options. Plenty of options are available for ls command type. Let's discuss important options. ls we are going to use many times in our Linux system team. Whether you are a developer, whether you are an administrator, whether you are a tester, daily, if you are working on a Linux operating system, many times in a day, we use ls command. ls command is very important. At least we have to know some important options. Okay, ls hyphen a. When I type ls, it is showing only few commands. When I type ls hyphen a, it is giving many files. Yes or no? It is giving including hidden files. So next one, ls hyphen a. ls hyphen a lists files and directories. Including hidden files, including hidden files thing. Let's write important note. In Linux operating system, every hidden file prefix with dot thing. Super. Let's see here, dot bash underscore history, dot bash underscore logout, dot bash underscore profile, dot bash underscore rc, right? So these are hidden files. If any file prefix with dot, we can say hidden file in Linux operating system too. There is one more command too, ls-i. Wow. Are you observing output? We are seeing some information. $ls-i. It displays list of files and directories. List of files and directories with inodes. Inodes means addresses. Address of that file, address of that directory. So inode of 3 directory is this one. Inode of A file is this one. Inode of B file is this one. Inode of C file is this one. Inode of dir is this one. Inode of dir1. Inode of dir2. ls-i gives inodes. So it is giving list of files and directories. I want to display ascending order thing. ls-, just ls. It displays ascending order. So next important command about ls, I want to display list of files in ascending order. Ascending order. Display list of files and directories in ascending order. We use ls command. Just to type ls command. Type ls command. It displays ascending order. First numbers, next alphabets from A to Z. Okay. So I want to descending order. Then how can we display? Display list of files and directories in descending order. How can we display descending order? Just we use ls-rt. ls space -r. Descending order. So we use command saying ls space -r. I want to display list of files and directories with the sizes. List of files and directories with sizes. We use command ls-s. ls space -s. List of files and directories. Let's create a file. Cat greater than comment. Let's write some comment. Welcome to C family Linux training. C family is a self-paced training, portal. Okay, control D. Now ls hyphen s. See, three directories are 0, A file 0, B file 0, C file 0. Comment file it is showing 4. What is this for? What is this for? What is this for? Is it kilobytes or is it bytes? Kilobytes, megabytes, GB, gigabytes, terabytes. What is this for? We are not able to read this one. For that one, so to display list of files and directories in human readable format. To display list of files and directories in human readable format with the sizes in human readable format, human readable formatting. Then we use ls hyphen sh. H means human readable format. See, comment file size is now 4 KB. Then we can understand 4 means 4 KB. Yes or no? See, clear, right? So for human readable format, we use ls hyphen sh. So we use, so like this we can add any number of options in any order. It is not mandatory you can use first S, later H. You can use options are in any order. You can take any number of options in a single command. And there is very important command. Let's understand command. To list files and directories with long list. We use a command ls hyphen l or ls ll. We use command ls hyphen l or ll. Let's execute this command. See the clear information of list of files and directories. Clear screen. LL. LL stands for long list. Let's see it. It is giving long list. It is giving long list. Long list. What is that long list? What is that long list? Let's understand. In this long list, first it is giving type of file. Whether it is a directory or not. Whether it is directory or file. First one, it is giving whether it is a directory or file. D means directory, hyphen means file, hyphen means file, hyphen means file, hyphen means file. D means directory, D means directory, D means directory. First this part, this part. This is part 1. This is part 1. Okay. So it is giving whether it is a file or directory. Second one, file permission. Second important point, file permission. File permissions. So team, this is first part. First character is first part. This one is second part, file permissions part. Second one, file permissions part 2. So these are file permissions. R means read, W means W means write, X means execute. Read, write, execute. Read, write, execute. Read hyphen execute. We will discuss about these permissions later. So second part is permissions team, permissions. And third one, number of links. Number of links. So here it is showing number of links are 3. Let's say 3. This one 3. Number of links. For 3 directory we have 2 links. For A file we have 1 link. B file we have 1 link. Comment file we have 1 link. dir directory we have 2 links. Directory 1 we have 2 links. Directory 2 we have 2 links. What is link? We are going to discuss soon within short time too. Okay. So third part is number of links. And fourth important point, owner name. Who is the owner of this file or directory? Owner name. Who created 3 directory A, B, C, comment, dir, dir1, dir2, C family? Fourth important one, owner name. Next, fifth important one, group name. Group name. And owner group name team. Owner is belongs to group C family. So this is fifth one team. Fifth one, group name. Next, very important one team, file size. File size. So this one is file size. Comment file. File size. Next one, seventh one, date and time. Date and time. So seventh one, date and time. This is date and time. Seventh one, date and time. Date and time. And eighth one, file name. File name or directory name. Eighth one, name of the file or directory. Eighth one, name of the file or directory. So understand, right? ls-l commands complete information of your file and directory team. Okay. So there are many options available in ls commands. These are very, very important options team. We have other options also. Explore other options team. Okay. Can anyone tell me what is directory? Directory is a folder. It may have another directories called subdirectories. Okay. And it may have files. It may have subdirectories. It may have files too. So here to create a directory. So first step 1, we are going to see creating a directory. Creating a directory in Linux. How can we create a directory in Linux? There are 3 ways to creating a single directory, creating a single directory, Second one, creating multiple directories at a time, creating a multiple multiple directories at a time, and third important one, creating a subdirectory, creating a subdirectory too. So let's see syntax to create a directories. We use mkdir. So we are in normal user prompt, right? $mkdir. Here we use options, then directory name. So we use mkdir options directory name team. This is syntax. Let's see the example. I want to create a directory. Creating a directory. So let me see here. Let me first remove rm-1 rf star to remove all files and directories. ls. Currently there are no files and directories. I want to create one directory. So mkdir, I want to create a directory saying C family. ls C family directory is created. Okay. I want to create multiple directories. dir1, dir2, dir3, dir4, dir5. You can create n number of directories. ll. Let's say ls. We can create multiple directories at a time. Next one thing, I want to create a directory. Let's say I want to create a directory Hadoop. mkdir. I want to create a directory Hadoop. Under Hadoop directory, I want to create HDFS subdirectory. So along with the parent directory, I want to create a child directory. When I try to create a child with a parent, it is trying to create a child directory, HDFS. So to create a child directory, first it is looking Hadoop directory. Hadoop directory is not available. Then it is giving cannot create a directory. So for this one team, we have to give an option saying -p. -p means we are giving indication to Linux. Hey Linux, if parent, -p means parent. If parent is not available, first to create a parent directory, then create a child directory. ls Hadoop. So it is giving under Hadoop, we have HDFS directory. Okay. So let me copy these all things. Understand writing while creating parent with the child, it is given error. That's why we are giving indication to Hadoop. Sorry, Linux. Hey Linux, create a child directory. If you while creating child directory, if parent is not available, first create a parent. Inside parent, create a child directory. This is an indication to Linux operating system team. Okay. To create a directory in specific location, to create a directory in specific location. See, currently we are able to create only in current working location. Yes or no? So current working location, pwd, we are under /home/c family, but I want to create in opt directory. So we use mkdir under root under opt, create a C family directory. It is giving error. Saying permission denied, permission denied. So important point to think, important point, important to note. For C family user, for C family user, inside bracket I am writing normal user. For normal user, C family user does not have permissions on other directories other than its home directory, but root user has all the permissions. Root user has all the permissions too. Root user has all the permissions. How can we give permissions? How can we give permissions? One, using chmod, we can set on /opt. Second one, we can make C family user as C family user as sudover user. Oh, superb. While installation, I made C family user as a admin user. Make C family user as a administrator. So C family user is a admin user team. Okay. C family user is a administrator. Then why this command is giving cannot create a directory? So here we have to use prefix of any command. We have to use sudo. Now it will create thing. Enter password of C family user. Now it is able to create a thing. Now it is able to create it. Successfully created. Let's display ls/opt. It is given under C family. It is created. Sorry, under opt it is created C family directory. Yes or no? Understand, right, team? So while installation, we can make our user as a admin user, or there is a concept called sudoers file. In sudoers file, we have to enter your user as a sudoers user. Then your user become sudoer user. Sudoer is a set of rules and policies team. Sudoers is a set of rules and policies associated with that option. Okay, clear? Next important one, accessing a directory. So there is a command called cd. Cd means change directory. CD stands for change directory. So we can use this one for to access single directory, to access a single directory, to access a subdirectory, to access subdirectory team, to access a single directory or to access a subdirectory team. Let me go to our workspace location, PWD. Here we have different directories. So first one, I want to enter into CD, C family, PWD, LS, C family. We do not have any other directories. So we use to access a single directory. We use this one. First example, this one. Next one team, to come out from directory, to come out from single directory, So we use cd dot pwd ls. So to come out from one directory. Okay, I want to enter into to access multiple directories. CD Hadoop, under Hadoop we have HDFS. To come out from multiple directories, cd // first to come out from HDFS, second to come out from Hadoop directory, and I want to enter into C family. We are come outing from two directories back, and we are entering into one forward directory. Now PWD. Understand right thing? To come out from one directory, to come out from two directories, to step into one directory, we use this command type. So to come out from directory, we use cd // Clear right team? Yep. What is file team? Files are used to store the data. Files are used to store the data. Team. Files are used to store the data. So first one, creating a file. First important one, creating a file. Creating a file team. So there are three commands to create a file. There are three commands to create a file. There are three commands to create a file. Create a file team. They are one cat command, mainly three commands, and we have other commands also. Three commands we use and two editors. So these are commands: cat, second one touch command, and third one we use t command. So these are commands. We use two commands. These are commands, and we have editors. Editors like fourth one we use vi or vim. Fifth one we use nano. So these are editors. Three commands to create a file. Yep. First, let's use cat command team. Let's use cat command. First one, cat command team. So cat can be used to create a file. To create a file. To create a file. To create a file. And next one, to append a file. To append a file. Okay. To read content of file. To read content of file. So cat command can be used for creating a file, to append a file, to read content of file. Okay. So first one thing, let's observe clear screen. So we are under C family directory. Okay. Let's come out from C family directory. Clear screen. So currently we are under class home. Okay. So first one, I want to create a comment file. Cat greater than comment. So creating a file. Welcome to Linux world. Welcome to Linux world. All of you, welcome to Linux world team. Welcome to C family. Welcome to C family. This is Srinivaslu Akkum. Okay, Control D to save and come out from directory. To save and come out from directory. First option, creating a file. So first one, creating file. So create a file team. So first one, to create a file, we use this command. Here, if file is not available, it will create a file. If file is already available, it will overwrite a file, data type. Here, if file is not available, it will create a file. It will create a file. If already file is available, file is available, it will overwrites. It will overwrites old data with new data. It will overwrites old data with new data. So to avoid that one, to append the content, we use different syntax team. We use different syntax. So to append the content, we use, let's say, cat greater than. Cat greater than. This is fourth line, and this is fifth line. Control D. So after saving, after writing data, control, this is control command, control plus D to save and quit. To save and quit. Okay. So we are using appending the content. Appending the content to the file. Okay, we successfully appended content. To see the content, of a file, how can we see the content of a file? Then we use cat command. Same cat command. Let's see, cat, file name is comment. we got output. Yes or no? To see the content of file, we use cat file name. If you use greater than, if file is not available, it will create a file. If already file is available, it will overwrite. Two greater than, cat two greater than means appending the content to existed file. If file is not available, it will create a file. If file is already available, it will append the content. To see the content of file, we use cat file name team. Understand, right? How to create a file? First option we see cat command. Next, let's see touch command. Next, let's see touch command team. Touch command. Touch command. Can be used to create. Can be used to create multiple empty files. Cat command can be used to create only one file at a time. Cat command can be used to create only one file at a time. But touch can be used to create multiple files at a time, but all files are empty files. Let's see. Touch F1 space F2 space F3 space F4 space F5. Press enter. ls. You can create ls-l. You can create multiple files at a time too. Multiple files at a time. By using touch command, you can create n number of files at a time. So F1, F2, F3, F4, all these are files. First character is hyphen. So all these are files. You can create n number of empty files at a time by using touch command. So cat command issue we can resolve it to touch, but touch is creating only empty files. Then they released one more command, T command. T can be used to create multiple files with content. Creating multiple files with content. Okay, so let's see T command. Let's see, clear screen. I want to create a T space file1 space file2. I'm creating two files. Welcome to C family. So it is entering two times. Welcome to Linux training. Welcome to Linux basics. Linux basic commands. Control D. So cat file1, cat file2. So both the files contain same content, yes or no? Both files contain same content. So by using this one, we can create multiple files, but both the files contain same content. Okay. So next one, VI editor thing. Let's discuss about VI editor team. VI stands for Visual Editor. VI editor has three modes team: command mode, insert mode, escape mode. When I say clear screen, when I say VI, some test. When I press enter, it is in command mode. So when I create a file, VI some test, it is enter into it is enter into command mode. Here we can execute commands to copy the text, deleting text, delete the text of particular line, etc. There are plenty of commands we can have them. So these are some important commands. Editing the file, we have these important commands. Deleting characters, we have these commands. And copy and paste, we use these commands. Changing the text, we use these commands too. So there are plenty of commands. These are some important commands too. Okay. So directly enter into command mode. Let's say I want to insert the data in this file. So we have to move from command mode to insert mode. If you want to insert data into file, we have to move command mode to insert mode, command mode to insert mode. So here we use escape operator plus I. Okay. So here control escape operator I. If you observe below, we are saying insert. Then type welcome to VI editor. Welcome to VI editor. I want to move from VI editor to I want to enter from insert mode to escape mode. First one, to save a file, to save a file, we have to move from insert mode to escape mode. We have to move from insert mode to escape mode. So for that one, we use escape operator plus shift operator plus colon. Escape operator plus shift operator colon. Escape shift colon. That's why this escape command also called colon mode. Escape mode also called colon mode. Escape mode also called colon mode. Here we write commands like WQ exclamatory mark to save and come out from file. VI editor. So we have some important options here. Here we have Q means, here we execute Q means quit without save. Q question mark means we are confirmation. Quit without save. With confirmation. WQ means save and quit. Okay. So we executed WQ. Then to see the content, we can use cat test, or again we can execute VI. Okay. So that's it for VI editor team. So we can use cat command to see the content of this file, or again you can execute VI editor to see the content of file. Okay. So in old Linux operating systems, these VI editor commands is very important. You have to know. It will not allow mouse pointer to do operations, but latest operating systems supporting lot of options team. If it is a server, we can connect through the SSH client. We can use a mouse pointer to operate. Earlier, we have to do these commands manually. So we have to remember all these commands team. Okay. Let's see team. Now let's understand Nano editor. So Nano is another editor to create files, append content, edit text, etc. So you can do multiple operations like VI, like VI team, like VI editor. Some people uses VI editor, some people uses Nano editor team. So some people likes VI editor, some people like Nano editor. So I prefer Nano editor more instead VI. I prefer Nano editor because I like Nano editor. So let's create a file using Nano editor. Create a file. So create a file using Nano editor team. We use Nano test or comment2. Comment2. Let me create one more file. So here I'm using Nano. File name is comment2. Press enter. It is giving Nano prompt is not available. Install Nano. Yum sudo yum install Nano -y. If Nano editor is not available, install Nano. Install Nano team. If Nano editor is not available, then use this command to install. Okay. Once installation is completed, then I'm using same command Nano comment2. Welcome to Nano. For creating files, editing files, append content, etc. Control X to exit this one. Control X. It will ask save or to save. Yes. To without to save, press no. So Control X Y to save and quit from. Control save. Control X Y to save and come out from Nano prompt team. To save and come out. Now let's say cat comment2. Cat comment2. Okay. So Nano comment2. Hi. Welcome. Hello. Okay. Control X Y. Now cat comment2. Okay. So in this way we create content team. So we created comment in nano editor to save and come out from this one. Control X plus Y to save and come out. To save and come out from nano prompt, nano editor. Okay. Separate classes. I am going to explain in depth about VI, in depth about nano too. Okay. So that's it for creating files. So we understand creating files of using cat command, touch command, T command, nano editor, and VI editor. Okay. Let's say team Linux filter commands. And one important to note, whatever commands we are discussing, as part of Linux for everyone, works in Red Hat flavors and Debian flavors team. Debian flavors. So syntax also same thing. No need to change syntax. Syntax also same. So as part of this course, whatever we are learning, all are same. If there is any change, I will explain. All the commands works in Red Hat flavor. Whatever till now we discussed 5 chapters, whatever we are going to discuss, all the commands common in all flavors of Linux. Okay. First, let's understand filter commands. We have filter commands, head command. It displays top 10 lines, of file. And tail command displays bottom 10 lines, bottom 10 lines. Mostly used command, So we use this tail command multiple times as a server administrator. Maybe Linux administration, maybe other administrations. When server is in Linux, we use this tail command many times team. And we have more command, page by page. If you want to see page by page, then we go for more command and less command, line by line. More command, page by page, less command, line by line, line by line. If you want to see line by line, we go for less command. WC. If you want to find the number of words, characters, and line, to find to find to find number of words, comma, number of characters, and number of lines in a file, then we go for WC command. Unique command. We have unique command team. Unique number of lines of a file. So in a file, we may have multiple duplicate lines. Unique command displays unique number of lines. Unique number of lines of a file. So next one, sort command. See, sorting the content of the file in alpha numeric manner. You want to sort data into ascending order, descending order, then we use sort. Sort or sorting the content, of the file in alpha alphanumeric alphanumeric manner. Okay, next one, grep command, mostly used command term. Search the given pattern on a file or files. Search search the given pattern on file or files. Mostly used command. Mostly used command. Tail command is mostly used. Grep command is mostly used. Other one, pipe symbol. Pipe. We have a pipe operator. So if you want to combine multiple commands output, combine multiple commands output, then we go for pipe command team. Okay, so pipe command, multiple commands output into file one file. Then we go for uh, pipe symbol. Let's say multiple commands that is output of one command output of one command output of one command given as input to 7 command, given as input to second command. We use pipe operator team. Pipe operator. There is one more command, find command. Find command team. Retrieve the location. Retrieve the location. Retrieve the location. Location comma file type. File type comma permission of files. Permissions of files. Permissions of file. Mostly used command. Mostly used command. Okay, so these are all are filter commands too. These all are filter commands. So we discussed what are different filter commands available. Introduction. Okay. Yes, team. So let's do practice on this filter commands. Practice on this filter command team. So first one, I'm creating one file. Create a text file. Create a text file team. So I'm creating one test file. So cat test.txt. Here I'm going to add this content team. This is the content I'm adding in this test file. Okay. I'm creating text file. Control D. Clear screen. First, I want to top 10 lines. So top 10 lines team. Top 10 lines. So here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So up to this, we will get top 10 lines when I use head command. When I use head command, we'll get top 10 lines. Let me execute. So I'm executing in Ubuntu team. Up to now, we seen in CentOS, right? Same command. You can execute in Ubuntu or CentOS, same team. Top, sorry, head, head, file name, test.txt. So by default, it will display top 10 lines. So by default, it will display what? Top 10 lines. I want top, top specified lines, specified number of lines, top specified number of lines. I don't want to 10 lines. I want only 3 lines. I want only 15 lines. I want only 8 lines. Like that, how many lines we want to specify? I want only those many lines. So for that one, head command contain -n option -n. I want 5 lines. So it will return only 5 lines of top 10. Top 10 5 lines thing. Next, bottom 10 lines. Bottom 10 lines. Bottom 10 lines I want. Then we use tail command. Tail command can be used to get bottom lines. Bottom lines of file. Okay, so let me go here, clear screen. So when I say tail, tail, uh, file name is test.txt. It gives bottom 10 lines, sorry, bottom 10 lines. If you use tail command, it will give bottom 10 lines. Bottom specified number of lines, number of lines. bottom bottom specified number of lines. Then we use uh, tail -n -n. I want only 3 lines. Then it will return only 3 lines of bottom. Last 3 lines you will get a team. Last 3 lines. Mostly used admins, mostly admin used tail command team. Tail command. So generally we monitor log files of servers, right? Yes or no? Generally admins monitor log files of servers. So here we use this command team. Let me say tail tail -f, tail -f, and file name. File name is test.txt. It will first display top 10 lines, sorry, bottom lines. Then what I'm doing, I'm creating duplicate tab. Let's say team. So here, let me, uh, I'm dividing line with top 10 lines with some delimiter. Next. So what I'm doing, uh, cat greater than test dot text. Here I am writing hello, hi, how are you, where are you, where are you, when are you, when are you going to join. Just I am writing some messages. Observe tail command. Whatever the continuation after displaying top 10 bottom 10 lines, if anything added into that file, if anything added into that file, this this hyphen f displays continuation of bottom lines in our command prompt. So so generally admins, let's say I am an administrator of some Hadoop server. Hadoop server writing some file. So I said slash var under slash var Hadoop Hadoop version name slash, there is a file called name node.log. So tail hyphen f, we give that name node log file. Anything happen in name node, it will write a log. Then that here it will display to me, so that I can understand if any failures, if any successes, if anything happen, I can see here only. Yes or no? So this is mostly used command team. Mostly used command. So understand right team? Tail command, head command. Next, let's understand more command team. More command. So more command, what it will do? Team more command, page by page. Page by page, if you want, it will display page by page information. Okay. So let me take this file. So we have let me append content to this file. So I'm going to append same file content to team. Let me add some more content. So multiple pages I am adding. Let me add some more content to this one. Control X, sorry, Control D. Clear screen. So now test file contain multiple pages. Then what I'm doing? So more test.txt file. First page. Press enter. Second page. So page by page. Page by page, we can go for. So first it will display. First, when I say mm, page name, let's say we are using command more and test.txt. First it will display what? First page. First page. Okay. After that, we have some options to team. So when I press enter, 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 press enter, press enter, press enter to see line by line, line by line. So after displaying first page, to see line by line, continuation of next page line by line, then press enter. If you want to see page by page, press space button, press space button team. Press space button to see page by page, page by page. Okay, let me see, execute same thing, more test, space button, next page, next page, next page, next page, next page. Okay, I executed first page, I'm in second page, second page, I'm in third page, I'm in. I want to back, so D for back page. So if you press D, press press D for back page, back page. Here if you press D, if you press D, it will come to back page. So we have uh, F. When I press F, it will come to forward page team. F for forward page, D for back page, F for forward, F for forward. And we have H. If you want any help, press F, press H for help team. Help of this command, more command, then you can press H. See, it will give help. So here scroll key lines, Q, S, F, etc. So H for help. I want to move next to 5 lines team. I want to move next to 5 lines or specified number of lines. So here colon 5 moves to next 5 lines, moves to next 5 lines, next 5 lines. If you want to 10 lines, colon 10. So here let's say type shift colon 5. Here colon n. One minute. So hyphen n is different, more hyphen n 5. There is no option hyphen n. Let's say every option should contain hyphen n. Inside more only we have options team. Inside more we have options. Okay. Yep. Next one thing. Next one, less. Less is uh, same as more. So more phase by phase, less line by line, line by line. Okay, if you want to know line by line, then we go for less test.py, and here we have options team. Here we can say 5 lines, it will go 5 lines, uh, 7 5 lines, again 9 lines, 6 lines, 2 lines, 1 line, uh, 9 lines, 20 lines. It will go directly that location. So less is same as more, but it is line by line. So here we have only few options: forward, backward, help, and number of lines. Forward, backward, help, number of lines. So use uh, less test.txt. You can press Q for exiting. So here Q for exit, Q for exiting. Okay. Next, let's understand WC. WC stands for word counter team. Word counter. WC stands for word counter. So uh, we can use WC hyphen option file name, file name. Okay. Here we have different options too. We have different options: -L, -W, -C. So we can execute WC directly. We can execute WC directly. Let's say clear screen. WC file name is test.txt. Here it is showing 120.320.4480 file name. Let's say I want to display number of lines setting. Number of lines -L. So 120 lines. First one is lines. Next I want to display number of words -W. -W. So 320 is number of words. Next one, number of characters. Number of characters we can print by using -C. So 4480 characters. So 120 lines, 320 words, 4480 lines presented in this file. Okay. So WC command can be used to find number of lines, number of lines, and number of lines, number of words, number of characters. So we use WC only for performing this operation thing. Okay. Let's start in file permissions. So as part of this file permissions, first let's understand permission group or permission groups. So each file, each file or directory, each file or directory have 3 user permissions team. Have 3 user based permission groups. User based permission groups. Permission groups. User based permission groups. First one, owner, owner. owner group, and second one group belongs to different users. Third one, all users are others. So who created file or directory? We call him as owner. Who created file or directory? Who created file or directory? Then we call owner. So the owner permission team. Owner permission. Owner permissions. Owner permissions apply only the owner of the file or directory. Owner permissions apply only on only owner of the file. So file or directory team. So who created file or directory? What are the file permissions for that owner? And this group permission specifies apply permissions to particular group. The group permissions apply only to the group that has been assigned, only the group that has been assigned to the file or directory. File or directory team. File or directory. And next one, next important permission is other users. Other, all users or other users. So if you want to give permission owner, group and other users, then all users permissions apply to the all other users of the system. It applies all other users of the system. So who are not belong to group, who are not belong to file or directory group, or who are not belong to owners group, then those are called other members. So we created a file team. Let's say we created a file. User is C family. C family user created a file F1. So C family user become owner to file 1. Then C family user assigned to let's say dev group. The so this file directory belongs to dev group. Then who are presented as a dev group users? So whatever the permissions we are saying, who are presented in dev group, the F1 file permissions applies to entire group members. Maybe one member, maybe two members, maybe 10 members, maybe 100 members. Then other than owner, other than group members who are there in system, maybe testers, admins, other developers, they are comes under all users or other users. So if you give permissions to all other users or others, then it applies to other system users team. Okay, so these are three, and we have permission types team. File permission types. Permission types. There are three types of permissions team. There are three types of permissions. We have read, write, execute. So each file or directory, each file or directory, each file or directory have uh, three user-based permissions. Three user-based permissions. User-based permission stream. So they are one we have read. So read permission refers user is able to read content of the file or not. So read permission, if user has a read permission, refers to it refers to a user or users capability. Users are capable to read file or not, read file content or not. This is file related. Capable to read file or not. And other one are view or view directory content or not. View directory content or not. If it is a file content team. If it is directory, a directory contain different subdirectories and files, right? So user is able to read data presented in directory or not. View directory content or not. So this read permission refers to whether user is able to read file content or not. User is able to view directory content or not. Okay. Second one thing. Second one, write permission type. So it refers whether user is able to user is able to write content into file or not. Refers to user capable to capable to capable to write content or not. Whether user is able to write content into file or not. First one. Or modify file or not. Or so one thing, user is able to write content into file or not, or modify file or not, or directory. User is able to write files into directory or not. User is able to modify files in directory or not. Okay. So next one team. Next one. Third one. Team. So next third one, execute. So execute permission affects whether user capable to execute a file or view the contents of a directory. So this execute permission, it affects a user or users, team, a user or users capability capability to execute file or not. Execute file or not, team. Execute file or not. First one, user is able to execute file or not. Next one, user is able to open directory or not. User is able to open directory or not, or view the content of directory or not. So user is able to execute file or not, or view the content of file or not. So execute permission refers whether user is able to read the file or not. Okay, and so here read permission refers only for mainly read permission refers to file related, not directory related. So directory related maximum write and execute. Okay, so in write permission, first one we are checking whether when user has a write permission, he can write content into file, modify the content into file. He can see, he can write files into directory, he can write subdirectories into directory. But coming to execute permission affects whether user is able to execute file or not, or view the content of directory or not. View the content of directory or not. So these are three permission types, and these permission types we can represent we can represent file permissions, symbolic representation, symbolic and numeric representation, team. Symbolic way, numeric way representation. First one, permission. How we represent in Linux. First one, permission is read permission, symbolic representation is R, in numeric representation is 4, and write permission, symbolic representation is W, and numeric representation is 2. Next one, execute. Execute permission, symbolic representation is X, and numeric representation is 1T. So in Linux, read permission in symbolic way we represent R, numeric value is 4. Write in Linux, symbolic representation is W and numeric representation is 2. Execute permission, symbolic representation in Linux is X, numeric value representation is 1T. So first one, we understand what are different permission groups are there. Owner group, and all users are others. So owner means who created a file, and group means directory or file belongs to which group, and others means what? Who are not owners, who are not part of group, and all remaining all other systems who are not part of group means the not part of file group or directory group, team. Who are not part of file group or directory group, they mean under other groups. Okay, so we call that people is others or all users. We have read permission, write permission, execute permission. So read permission says whether user is able to read the content of file or not. Write permission says whether user is able to write content into file or not, modify content into file or not. Next one, write file or directory into directory file or subdirectories into directory or not. Next one, execute means user able to run that file or not. User able to see the content of file or not. Sorry, view the content of not file, directory. View the content of directory or not. Okay. So we can represent read permission in Linux symbolic way R. Numeric value is 4. Write permission we represent in Linux is W. Symbolic is 2. Execute permission in Linux we represent X and W. Sorry, numeric value is 1. Now let's see how to see file permissions. How to see file permissions team. File permissions or directory permissions. Directory permissions. File permissions or directory permissions. How to see file permissions or directory permissions. Let's say team. So we already discussed whatever the commands we are learning, those commands are common in Red Hat based flavors, Debian based flavors. Okay. So next one, let's say ls means it will give list of files and directories. List of files and directories string. Okay. So currently we are in C family directory. Let me create mkdir Linux directory. I am creating mkdir -p Hadoop /hdfs. So currently we have ll command gives current working directory, files and directories. So in this current working directory, we have mainly Hadoop, Linux directories, and test file team. So to see file content, file permissions, to see file permissions, to see file permissions, we use ls-l or ll, or we can use ll team, ll. So you can use any one of the command. Let me continue. So whenever we execute ls-l, it will list all files and directories. So here ls-l. So we have 2 directories and 1 file. Okay, let me copy this command. Let me copy this content. Let's understand him. So whenever we execute ls-l, we are getting in this way. How can how can how can we say how can we say whether it is file or directory? File or directory. How can we say whether it is file or directory? So this is called file permission thing. This is called file permission. If file permission, if file permission has first character, first character D. then it is directory. It is directory. Okay. If first character has hyphen, if first character has hyphen, then it is file. Okay. So here test.txt is a file. Linux and Hadoop is directories. So to see the file permissions, we execute ls-l. It will list files and all files, all directories in that current working directory. So current working directory is this one, /home/c family. So in /home/c family, we have these files team. So we have test.txt file, Hadoop directory, Linux directory. Okay. So first one thing, next important one. What are default file permissions? File or directory permissions. What are default file or directory permissions? Now let's understand what are files and directory permissions. Default file permissions, default file permissions, default file permissions, default directory permissions team. Default file permissions, default directory permissions. Let's see clear screen. So what I'm doing, I'm creating file cat greater than file name. I'm creating ABC file, ABC file team, or let's say comment file. I'm creating comment file. Some content I am writing. Welcome to file permissions, file permissions world. Just I am writing one line. I am come out from this location. When I say ls-l and file name is comment, ls-l particular file permission stream. If you observe this one, file permission, this is file permissions related we are discussing. So observe file permission stream. So first one is these three: read write hyphen, read write hyphen, read write, read hyphen hyphen. This one is a file, right? Let's understand about this one. Let's understand about this one. First three values are for owner. Second three values are for group. Third three values are for others. So user or owner, we represent user or owner, we represent you. Here I will explain. We can represent groups, owner or user, owner or user team. Owner or user we represent with character U. Group we represent using G. Others we are representing others. In Linux we represent using O. O means others team. O means others. user, group, other. O means other. Okay. So here, so these are first for owner, next for group, next for others. So default file permissions for default file permissions team. Read means 4, write means 2, 6. Read, write means 6. Only read means 4. So default file permissions are default file permissions. Files permissions are 664. Whenever you create any file, default permissions are created 644. Coming to directory permissions. So here I am creating directory called, let's say, C family. We have already C family directory, home directory. Let me create directory Python. So I am creating mkdir Python. I am creating directory called Python. When I say ls-l Python, it is giving all files and list from Python directory. If you want to know Python directory information, we use only ls. So if you use only ls, we got all these. Yes or no? So let's see. I'm taking only this Python one. Just now we created Python directory. This is Python directory because first character is D. Then we can say it is a directory. Let's take these permissions team. First 3 is for user. Next 3 for group. Next 3 for others. Let's see. So this is for owner. This is for group. This is for others. Okay. So understand. Read, write, execute. 4 plus 2 plus 1, 6, 7. 4 plus 2 plus 1, 7. For group members, 4 plus 2 plus 1, 7. For other users, read means 4, execute means 1. 4 plus 1, 5. So default directory permissions. Default directory permissions. Default directory permissions are 775. 775T. 775. Okay. Next, understand umasking. Umask. How to find umask value? How to find umask value? How to find umask value? Masking file or not? Mask file directory. Okay. So coming to full permissions. First one, permission, and next one file, and next one directory. So if you want to do anything, we need full permissions. If you want to do anything, we need full permissions. See, on file, generally we read data, we write data. Yes or no? We read data, we write data. So full permissions for owner means 6. Read write means 4 plus 2 6. And group is 6, others is 6. When owner has 6, then we can say owner has full permission. If group has 6, then we can say group also has full permission. When others also has 6, then we can say others also has full permissions. Coming to directory, so directory, we need read content of directory, write files or sub directories into directory. So to do all this, first we need to open a directory. So execute permission is required. So when we say directory has full permissions, when directory has 777. But what are default file permissions? What are default file permissions, team? Just now we find default file permissions are 664. 664. What are default directory permissions? 775. 775. Then find umask value, team. Umask value. So umask value is 002. Here 002. If any file has uh, umask value 00 means 00 means that files others cannot do write operations. So group has full permissions. Then we can say whenever we see any file or directory, umask value is 002. Then we can say owner has full permissions, group members has full permissions, others does not have full permissions. Umask says others does not have full permissions. Okay. So in this way we can calculate umask value. Now let's see how to change file or directory permissions. So there is a command we can use chmod command chmod command to change file or directory permissions. File or directories permissions too. File or directory permissions. Now let's understand how to change file permissions. First, let's discuss how to change file permissions. First requirement to team. First requirement, create a file. Create a file. So I am creating a file, team. See, team, up to now we seen commands in CentOS. Same commands I am executing in Ubuntu also. Same command you can execute in Ubuntu, you can execute in CentOS. It may be Red Hat based flavors, it may be Debian based flavors. Whatever the commands we are learning, same. Okay, let me create a file. I am creating a file cat greater than. So I am creating a file a. File name is a. Hi, welcome to file permissions. Okay, I created a file. Control D. ls-l. File name is a. So I created a file. and these are file permissions. I created a file and file permissions are read write for owner, read write for group, only read permission for other members. So my requirement to team, first requirement, remove, remove read permission to others, remove read permission to others, remove read permission to others. So this is our requirement. So we can use symbols, we can use symbols, symbols like plus means add permission, minus means remove permission, a means all, all means user plus group plus others, equal to means assign, equal to means assign permission to user. This is, we can use symbols or or we can we can directly use numeric values, numeric values, numeric values to change file permission type. So our requirement is remove read permission to others. Currently we have only read permission to others, so we want to remove read permission. Okay, so I'm going here, let me remove chmod, chmod, o means others, right? For others hyphen r, we are removing read permission on which file? A. Now ls hyphen l a. Are you observing? Read write for owner, read write for others. Coming to these three, hyphen means there is no permission for others. So in this way we can change file permission using symbols, team. We changed file permission using symbol. Okay, so same thing. See, I'm writing one more query team. So remove read permission, remove read permission to group, remove read permission to group. Okay, currently we have for group we have read and write. So our requirement is remove read permission also. This time instead of symbols, we can use symbols, or we can use numeric values, Let me use this time, let me use numeric value. So chmod, so read write for owner, that is 6. We want to remove read permission. Only we need tell me team, we need only write permission. Write permission numeric value is 2. Currently we removed read permission from others, so 0. And which file? A. Then ls hyphen l a. Observe team, only read write permission for owner, only write permission to others. There are no permission to others. Only write permission to group. There are no other permissions to others. Yes or no? So you can represent, you can change file permissions for you for on file using symbolic symbols, or you can use numeric value string. We can use numeric values, anything. Next requirement to team, give read write read and write permission, read and write permission to group and others, so you can use symbolic symbols, or you can use numeric values. So let me use symbol string. chmod, so we want to use group others plus read write. Go means not go language, G means group, O means other, plus read write permissions we are giving on which file? A. So ls hyphen l a. Now observe, read write for owner, read write for group, read write for others. So we changed file permissions. Yes or no? Yes or no team? So this one we can use in this way also, or we can use this one in this way also, or G plus read write comma O plus read write. This is one way. Other, or we can use chmod 6 read plus write. Value is 4 plus 2 is 6. We are giving 6 for owner, 6 for group, 6 for others. All are same thing. So next one thing, next one, give all permissions to everyone. Next task E. Give all permissions to everyone. Give all permissions to everyone team. All means owner plus group plus others. Permissions we are saying, all permissions means 777. Okay, let's see how to give all permissions. So let me go here, clear screen. Okay, so now chmod t owner group others. You can take any order, read, write, execute permission, on file A. So ls hyphen la, ls hyphen l, a. Now observe. So read write for owner, read write for group members, read write for others. So in this way we can give file permissions. This is one way. This is one way. Okay. Other way also we have same thing. We can change multiple ways, or we can say we can say we can set read write comma g, we can set read write execute comma others, we can set read write execute. This is another way. So another waiting, another waiting. So we can use one more way. um, we can use another way, u comma g comma o equal to read write execute. Read write execute. Equal to means we are assigning file permissions, yes or no. Another way we have um, for all users, what we are saying, for all means a, right? A means alls, users plus group plus others. A equal to read write execute, or we can say 777 for file A. All these commands are same. Some people go for numeric representation, some people go for symbols representation team. Okay. Yep. Same thing apply for directory string, directory permissions. So first to create a directory. So clear screen. We have already created Python directory, yes or no. So mkdir, let me create another directory. So let me ls hyphen l. So we have different directories. Let's say we have Hadoop directory, Linux directory, Python directory. Let's say we have created this directory. We have created this directory. So we used mkdir. We created Python directory. Okay. So file permissions of this Python directory is ls hyphen l. So for Python file directories, we have read write execute for owner, read write execute for group, read and execute for others. So our requirement is remove read permission to others using either symbolic representation or numeric representation. Tell meeting chmod 770 for which directory? Python ls hyphen l. See, so read write We have read, write, execute, read, write, execute, read and execute before changing. So now we have only read, write, execute for owner, read, write, execute for group. For others, we removed read permission also. So same thing, how can we represent in symbolic way? Tell me team, symbolic way. How we represent? Same command. Here we use O minus R. Okay. Next one thing. Remove read permission to group. Then so read permission value is 4. 4 minus 7. Tell me team. Sorry, read permission is 4, right? 4 minus, sorry, 7 minus 4. Then 3. For others we have 0. ls hyphen L. So read, write, execute for owner, only write and execute for other group, for others 0. How can we achieve in symbolic way? Tell me team, symbolic way. G minus R, right? Give read and write permission to group and others. Tell me team, read and write permission to group and others. So we want to give, this time we want to give symbolic representation. Let's give for group plus others, we want to give read and write permission. ls hyphen L. See, it is changed. Green color we are seeing for Python, right? Observe. So read, write and execute for owner. Read, write, execute for others. Only read permission to read and write permission to others. So same thing, how we can achieve in symbolic representation, sir, numeric representation. Symbols we used. Tell me. 7 for owner. Already this file contain execute permission. So we want to give read write. So 7, and for others read write, that is 6. Then give all permissions to everyone. Then use chmod 777 on Python directory. Python directory. ls hyphen L. Yes or no? If you observe this one, we are saying all permissions are assigned for everyone. Read, write, execute for owner, read, write, execute for group, read, write, execute for others. Same how we implemented for files, directories also same thing. Okay, so that's it for changing directory permissions. Next important topic, how to change ownership of file or directory. Let's see. Let's say team here ls-l. Let's take these two. One Python directory, another one test.txt file. So if you observe here, who is the owner of Python directory? Who is the owner of this one? If you observe, this is owner and this is group. This is owner and this is group. File or directory belongs group. Okay. So I want to change ownership of test file or Python directory. Instead of C family, I want to change uh, permission thing. Changing this ownership. So there is a command call we use ch own command own command to change ownership of a file ownership of a file or directory ownership of a file or directory. First let's see example for file okay. Example 1 I am showing for file. Let me explain. So first one ls-l uh, a file. So a file, who is the owner? C family. I want to change ownership. ch1 ch1 owner name is Srinivas. I want to change group also. Colon group name I want to change it Srinivas. Or you can change group name is dev. We have created dev group, right? Group name I am changing dev. File name is a. So ch ownership is not provided for C family user. Use sudo command. Enter password. Now successfully modified ls-l-a. Now who is the owner of this a file? Srinivas. And which group this file is belongs to? Dev group. So we are previously we discussed file permissions, right? Owner now is Srinivas. Group is dev group. So this a file belongs to dev group. The people who are in dev groups, they will affect group permissions. Other than Srinivas, other than dev groups, remaining system users are comes under other. Okay. So in this way we will change owner name and group name of file. So by using chmod command, we can change ownership and group name of a file or directory team. So we seen example 1, we seen file ownership. Let's see example 2. Coming to example 2, directory ownership team. Directory ownership. How to change directory ownership? Let's go here. Let's go cd python. In cd python, I have some other directories, some lang, okay, some package, and along with this one, we have different files, touch, f1, f2, f3. So this file contain, this Python directory contain f1, f2, f3 lang. Okay. So first one cd ls-l ls-l giving Python directory permissions. So this is Python directory permissions, ownership. Okay. So Python directory ownership team. Okay, who is the owner of this Python directory? C family. Group is C family. I want to change file directory ownership. So chmod, not mod, ch1, sudo ch1 owner I want to change it to Srinivas and group I want to change it to dev and directory name is Python ls-l. So who is the owner of C family Python now? Srinivas. Group belongs to Python directory dev. Yes or no? So that's it for changing file permissions and directory permissions team. Sorry, file ownership, directory ownership. Let's start in ACL. ACL stands for Access Control List. Okay, so we have learned chmod command. Chmod command. So this can be used to give permissions, give file or directory permissions, file or directory permissions to owner. Owner means you, group means G, or others means O. So we can give permissions on file or directory to owner, group and other members. Others may be any member. So chmod we cannot use this command for, we cannot use, we cannot use this command for individual individual users, individual users team. Let's say uh, let's say let's say I want to give, I want to give file or directory permission to Srinivas user or C family user. Individual user I want to give file permissions. Then it is not possible with chmod because here we can give permissions only for owner, group, others. So in Linux we have ACL. Linux we have concept called ACL. So ACL stands for what? Access control list. Access control list team. Access control list. So by using ACL, we can give, we can uh, we can set or we can get we can get permissions to a permissions to a specific user, permissions to a specific user or specific group team. So group level we can give permissions, only group level we can give user level. Okay, so there are two ACL commands. There are there are two commands team. There are two commands to perform ACL. They are There, first one, get FACL. Get FACL. So to get file permissions, to get to get file or directory permissions, file or directory permissions, directory permissions. Okay, next one, second one, set FACL. Set FACL to set set file permissions, to set file or directory permissions, file or directory permissions, to set file or directory permissions to specific user team, specific user, to specific user or group, specific user or group team, to set permissions on file or directory to a particular user or particular group. We use set FACL. These are two commands team. Okay. Now let's see get FACL. To get file or directory permissions, file or directory permissions team, to get file or directory permissions. Uh, Similar to get FACL, we have we have we have ls hyphen l. We can use ls hyphen l, or we can use ll command, ll command for 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 getting file or directory permissions, getting file or directory permissions team, permissions. But it will not give, it will not give it will not give individual individual users, individual users permissions, individual user permissions. So if you want to get along with all users, if you want to get along with owner, along with group, along with others, if you want to get any user, specific user permissions, then we go for get FACL. Okay, let's see team. So I have CentOS 7 server, I have Ubuntu server. Our get FACL command, set FACL command, same in both. Okay, so when I say ll, so ls hyphen l, it is giving what? All files. It is giving. So when we use ls hyphen l command, it is giving file and list of files and directories with owner permission and group permission and others permission. It is not giving individual user permission team. Yes or no? So when we use ls hyphen l, or we can use ll command, we can use ll command, but this command gives only owner, group and others, not individual users. It may be ls hyphen l command or ll command. Both are same. It gives the same output. Okay. So now let's understand about syntax of get FACL. Syntax. Let's see syntax of get FACL. So first one, get FACL, get FACL file or directory team, file or directory. Okay. So let's take a simple example. Let's take an example. So here we have file AA. Let me execute get FACL. Get FACL. File name is AA. Okay, let's use sudo get fsl. Okay, so in Ubuntu we have to install ACL command stream. Let me install. Similar way, let's execute in CentOS ls-l. Okay, here let's create file cat greater than AA. Let's create ACL permission test, control D. Now let's see here ls-l. So here we are seeing file owner permission, group permission, and others permission. Let's use get fsl AA. See, so it is giving file name is AA. Owner is C family. Who created this one? C family. Group of this file belongs to group is C family. Owner permissions are read write. Group permissions are read write. Other permissions are only read. There are no specific user permissions. That's why it is not showing. So we installed Ubuntu also, we installed ACL command. Now let's execute get fsl AA. Same command. There is no syntax difference. Yes or no? So team, till now we do not have any separate file permissions for individual file permissions for AA file. That's why we are not seeing any user information here. Okay. After setting file permission using set fsl, once again we will see get fsl. Okay, team? Yep. Now let's see set fsl, team. So set file to set file permissions, to set file or directory permissions, to set file or directory permissions to a specific user or group, specific user or group type. We use set fsel command. Let's see syntax. So set fsel, and we have options, and next one, user or group team, user or group user or group, and next one, user or group, and file permissions of file or directory. After options, after user and group, then we will specify colon, then permissions permissions of file or directory, permissions on files or directory thing. Okay, let's implement it. So I said commands are same in both CentOS and Ubuntu team. Let's clear the screen. So first we have files AA ls-l. So we have file AA, this is a file, and we have directory Hadoop, we have Linux directory, we have Python directory. Files we have AA, comment, and test.txt. Okay, so I want to give file permissions for here test file test.txt. I want to give file permissions for Srinivas user. For Srinivas user, I want to give individual permissions to him. Okay, so what I'm doing, let's set it. So I'm giving set FACL hyphen m user Srinivas colon. For this user, I want to give read write execute permission on file test.txt. Okay, so previously when we use ls command, it is showing only owner, group and others. It is not showing Srinivas user permissions. When I say get FACL test.txt, observe. So file name is test.txt, owner is C family, group is C family. For owner, read write. For user Srinivas, we have read write execute. So get FACL giving additional information, user level permissions and group permissions, other permissions. So it is giving additional information also to you. Yes or no? By using set FACL, we can set file permissions to specific user. I want to develop particular developer, I want to give these permissions. Particular tester, I want to give these permissions. Particular administrator, I want to give these permissions. So to give specific permissions team, we use set FACL. If to get file permission information of file or directory, we use ls-l, but it gives only. So after setting file permission, observe ls-l test.txt. See team, here we are seeing plus symbol. Previously we are not seeing plus symbol. Yes or no? ls-l command giving more information after setting permissions, but it is not, it is giving additional information saying plus. Plus means it has additional permissions also, but it is not giving. If you use get FACL, it is clearly giving user level permission also team. Which user has permissions on this file? User level permissions also, if you want to know, we use get FACL. To set file system, file or directory permissions, we use set FACL. Here you can use either file or directory. Okay, so that's it for ACL commands team. That's it for ACL. Okay, yeah. Let's start user management and group management. First, let's understand group. First, let's understand group. So when I say what is group? What is group? Tell me team. What is group? A group is a collection of users, right? A group is a collection of users. Yes or no? Collection of users. Then what is group management? Group management. What is group management? So creating groups, adding users to group, adding users to group, removing users from group, removing users from group, and removing groups, removing groups. Yes or no? These are called group management. So for group management, for group management, for group management, group management, for group management, we have two commands team. We have two commands. We have two commands. They are one group add, second group del. So these are two commands. We can add groups, we can remove groups team. We can add groups, we can remove groups using these two commands. Understand, right? What is group? What is group management? Okay. Now let's see user modification team. We have already created a user. We did not assign primary group, we did not assign secondary group, we did not assign cell, we did not assign home directory. At the time of user creation, we did not do all these things. We just created user using user add username. But let's say our company recruited one employee. We have different one employee into development group, development. But we have different development groups: Java development, Hadoop development, Python development, PHP development, different development groups. Which group we want to assign? Once management update his details related to particular development, then we can assign that user to that development group. Yes or no? So once user is joined, we just created a user and we given that user information to user with all default features. Later, based on user role, we want to assign that user that our modificating user information. So initially we don't know. That's why initially we don't know user is belong to which group, and user required any external directory other than default directory. These things at the time of user creation we don't know, but after creation we got a requirement to change user, then we go for user modification team. to perform to perform user modification we use user user mod command. User mod command. Okay. So syntax user mod hyphen options username. Let's see. Let's see. Add Srinivas to dev group. add Swati to dev group, add Badri to testers group. Okay, I want to just change group name, primary group name, primary group. So current we are using primary groups, only primary groups we are adding to. Later we will change other primary. Sorry team. So let me implement this scenario. So we are adding user mod, user mod. So -g is a primary group. Yes or no? -g is a primary group. Then I want to add this person to dev group. Username. Username is Srinivas. So we have to use sudo. Okay. Next one, Swati also I want to add to dev group. Badri I want to add into testers group. Okay. Verification. So this is adding group. We added successfully. Then verify. Verify. How to verify team? Clear screen. So cat /etc/password. Srinivas, Swati, Badri. First one, this command. First verification, this command. From this we can find group number. Srinivas 101, Swati 1001, Srinivas 1001, Swati 101, 1001 group, Badri 1002 group. Let's go to cat /etc/group. Okay, let me execute this command. Here, see 101 is a development group, 1002 is a testing group. Is that correct? So, so it is successfully modified user groups. Yes or no? Team? Yes or no? Successfully modified, right? Next one, change cell to Swati user. We have different cells team. We have different cells. These are main cell. Bash cell means barn cell, corn cell, barn again. Bash cell means barn again cell, POSIX cell. Okay. So I want to assign for Swati barn cell. Okay. I want to assign for Swati user. I want to assign barn cell. So user mod. So for cell, what is the option we have to use team? For cell change, what is the option we have to use? -s. -s. Cell name is under bin. We have all cells team. I want assign SH. Before before going to execute this command, let me verify what is the cell for this user. So we have already verified Swati user cell is already SH cell. Yes or no? So instead of barn cell, we want to assign K cell. K cell. Okay. So let me change. So user Swati, and we want to change K cell. Okay, let me execute this one. Oh, sorry. We change it to Badri user. Let me see. So Badri user, it is changed as K cell. So Badri user, it is changed as K cell. Okay. Let me change username. So Badri user default cell is this one. So we are executing this command to verify. Then we got this information. So K cell from bash cell to K cell is changed. Okay. So in this way we can change cell to user team. Next one team, lock or unlock users. Lock, unlock users team. Locking user, unlocking user. So user mod command, we use lock purpose. We use, let me type this command, clear screen. So user mod sudo user mod -l means lock. Username is Srinivas. Okay. So before executing this command team, let me explain. Before executing this command team, let me execute sudo su Srinivas. Sudo su Srinivas team. So it is fetching user directly. So we are getting, let's type who am I. We can find which user you are logged in. Okay. And main important point we forgot till now, we created user, we did not assign passwords. Yes or no? Here only, let's see how to assign passwords to users. How to assign passwords to users. How to assign passwords to user. We use password command to assign password, to create password, how to create or change password, how to create or change password. We can use password commenting. So let me exit from this user. So clear screen. I want to change password. When I type a password, when I type a password, when we type password, it will change. It will change currently logged in user password. Currently logged in user password. Logged in user password. Who is logged in? Who am I? Who am I? It is going to change password of Srinivas user, C family user. If you want to change a particular user password, as a admin, if we want to change, if we wanted to change password for particular user, then 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 we use we use we use sudo password username. Example, sudo password username is Srinivas. We didn't executed this command. That's why previously when we switch, it did not ask password. Now enter password. Password I am entering Srinivas. Repeat password Srinivas. Successfully changed. Sudo password Swati. 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 It is never recommended to same password. Uh, okay, Badri. I am changing password to Badri. 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 Okay, so we changed the password successfully. We changed the password successfully, team. Okay, team. In this way, we change a password to user. Now let's understand locking user. Locking user. Before locking, what I am doing? Switching user. Switch user. Switch user. So I'm using SU username. SU username to switch user. So what I'm doing? I'm trying to switch. I'm trying to switch. SU username is Srinivas. It will ask password team. It will ask password. Who am I? Srinivas. We can execute who space am space I. It give more information. Okay. So we currently switch to user Srinivas. We currently switch to user Srinivas. Now exit. So we again come back to C family user. Who am I? C family user. Okay. Now let's understand him. I am doing locking Srinivas. When I say locking, user cannot log in, cannot switch. So SU Srinivas. Enter password. Setting. Authentication failure. Once again try SREENIVAS. Still it is giving authentication failure. sorry team, once we lock user, once we lock user, lock user, lock user, once we lock user, once we lock user, then user cannot log in, cannot log in, and cannot switch, cannot switch. We cannot switch user, we cannot perform login with that user. So we have to do unlock. So if anyone user, if you want to restrict, if any user, if you want to restrict the team, then we perform what? Logging. So if you want to, if you want to unlock that user, if you want to allow user to access our system, then we unlock them. So let me unlock, let me unlock them, clear screen. So first we are trying to switch as Srinivas. Srinivas user is locked. Yes or no? Srinivas user is locked. What we are doing? We are doing unlock. Sudo usermod hyphen capital U, user Srinivas. Now let's try to log in or switch user Srinivas. Enter Srinivas password. Now user is able to log in. Once we unlock, then user is able to log in team. Yes or no? Let's type who am I? Srinivas. So in this way, we can lock users team. We can lock users, we can unlock users using user mod. User mod. Okay. Now tell me team, what is user? User is a person. User is a person. He or she. User may be he or she. User is a person. He access our server. He or she access our server. Yes or no? User is a person who access our server and performs different commands, actions. Yes or no? So what is user management? What is user management? What is user management? So user management means team, user management means adding users, adding users, deleting users, deleting users, adding users to group, adding users to group, deleting users from group, deleting users from group. Next one, assigning cell, assigning cell, assigning cell to user. There are plenty of actions we are going to do as part of user management. These are important actions. So to perform user management, to perform user management, user management, user management, we use one user add command. user add command. Okay, next one, setting password to user, setting password to user, setting password to user. So there is another command, password command, and third one, user del command, and user modification command, user mod command. And these are four important commands. Other commands also available, we will discuss team. Okay, so these are main important operations we perform as part of user management. So collection of users we call a group. Collection of users we call a group. Each user we can create by using user management. Each user we can create by using user management. Understand, right, team? Introduction of user management and group management. Introduction of user management and group management. So group is a collection of users. A user is a person, he or she, who access our server or mission, and going to execute different commands or actions. So to perform group management, we use group add, group del. To perform user management, we use user add, password, user del, and user mod. This may not come, this is a generic command, but I mentioned in user management, but user management commands are user add, user del, user mod. We can also set password for our user. Okay, team? Understand, right? Introduction of user management and group management. Let's start group management team. Every user belongs to group. It may be specified group or it may be default group. Okay, so first one, a group is a collection of users. A group is a collection of users. Collection of users. Every user belongs to every user belongs to any group. Every user belongs to group. It may be specified group, means whatever the group we assigned, right? It may be specified group or default group. Okay, so all groups information all groups information available in /etc/group team. Let's see /etc/group. Let's say team, I have CentOS 7 server, Ubuntu server. Let me ls /etc/group. Okay, so next one, cat /etc/group. So these are different groups are presented already. There are many groups are presented in this file. Same thing I am showing here, ls/etc/group. Next one, cat/etc/group. Is there any difference in Ubuntu command, CentOS 7 command? No. So our basic commands are common in both Debian flavor and Red Hat flavors. So you can use either Ubuntu server, you can use either CentOS server or any Red Hat based flavor or any Ubuntu based Debian based flavor team. All our basic commands will work. Okay, so understand, right? So we can see the information of groups. To see the information of group, to see the information of groups, information of groups. So we use code command is ls/etc/group is a file. So cat command we use, cat/etc/group. So this displays groups information. How many groups presented in our server or desktop machine, it will list all the groups information. This command is same for either server or desktop team. Linux commands are same in server or desktop. There is no difference. So our basic commands, whatever we are learning as part of Linux for everyone, works in Red Hat flavor, works in Debian flavor. That's why here I am showing both CentOS is Red Hat based flavor, Ubuntu is Debian flavor. Okay. So we seen existed groups information. Yes or no? So if you observe here, if you observe, this is a group name. This is ID. This is group name, ID, group name, ID, group name, ID. And in this group, what are different users are presented? So if you observe, we have C family group also and group ID. And if any user associated with that groups, every user it displays, and group user list separated with comma. So if you observe, in every group has unique ID. Every group has unique ID. Unique ID. If you observe here in CentOS, see, this is our user. At the time of installation, I have created this user C family. So if you observe, what is the ID for this C family user? 1000. Check CentOS server also. CentOS server also 1000 means 1 to 1 to 999. 1 to 999 for system created IDs. Yes or no? From 1000 to remaining all are users. So first important point, every user, every group has unique ID. Every group has unique ID. Group IDs, group IDs from 1 to 999 for for uh, groups created by system installation time. For user created groups For user created groups, id starts from 1000. Okay, 1000. So every group contain unique id. That's very important. So /etc/group file contain this file contain this file contains all groups information, all groups information. Okay. So if you want to know any group information, then you can execute using cat nano or vi and see the content of group. So it will display what? All groups information, group name, group id, and if any number any users are presented in that group, each user separated with comma, it will list. Okay. So every group has a list of users. Every group has list of one or one or more users, one or more users. Okay. each user each user separated with comma. So comma a team. In this file we can see, after group ending we can see users information associated with that group. Okay. So this is about a group file information thing. Now let's see how to create a group. Now let's see how to create a group. How to create a group. How to create a group team. So for creating group, we use we use we use group add group add group add command. For creating group, we use group add command. Group add command team. So so syntax of group add command. So we use group add group add group name, group add and group name. So example, I want to create development. I want to create a development group or dev group and testers group. I want to create admin group. I want to create Hadoop underscore admins group. So I want to create 4 groups team: developer group, testers group, admins group, and Hadoop admins group. Okay. So I'm using team. I'm going to show you both the versions, CentOS and Ubuntu, both are same. So group add, I want to add a dev. Sorry, we are in normal user. So first one team. See, we have two types of user team: system user or admin user called root, and normal user prompts. So for root user, we can see as prompt. Normal user we can see dollar prompt. Are you seeing same, right? And here I created a sudo permission for C family user. Then we can use same command. I'm using sudo group add dev, enter C family password. Now group add testers, group add admins, group add, I want to add, sorry, Hadoop underscore admins. So I added different groups. Let's see same command in Unix, Ubuntu. So sudo group add dev password. First time it will ask password. If you use sudo command, testers. Next, admins, admins. Next we add Hadoop admins, Hadoop underscore admins. Now let's see team. Cat slash etc slash etc slash group. So whatever the users we added, dev user ID is 1001, testers group ID is 1002, admins group ID, Hadoop admins group ID. So we added 4 groups. Every group it is created unique ID. Yes or no? Team? So we created groups. So example, we created groups in this waiting. So for group information, we executed this command. It displayed complete groups details. So these are 4 groups we created here. These are 4 groups we created. So along with existed groups, new groups information it is showing. Yes or no? Now let's see how to delete a group. So we have a command group del, right? We have a command group del. So let's see syntax of group del command. We can use we can we can use group del command to delete groups. Syntax group del and group name, group del group name team. Let's see example. So delete testers group, testers group. So we use command. So you can execute this basic command anywhere team. So group del testers. So we need sudo permission, sorry. Sudo group del, enter C family user password. Now cat slash etc slash group. See, dev admins, Hadoop admins 102 is missed. 1002 is missed. Yes or no? Because testers group ID is 1002. So testers group we removed. After removing, we are not seeing testers group. Yes or no? Yes or no, team? So let's see. We are seeing only dev group, admins group, testers group is successfully dropped. Testers group is successfully deleted. So 1002 is a testers group. Testers group is deleted successfully. So that's it for group management team. That's it for group management. Group management, we can do only creating groups, deleting groups, creating groups, deleting groups. So one important note, team, one important note. One important note, a group should be created first. A group should be created first. A group should be created first and followed by user creation. User creation and user assigning to user assignment, user adding into group, user adding into group. So first we will create a group team. Next, while creating user, we can add user to particular group, or after user creation also we can add group. So user creation, otherwise you will not add user to specific group. So otherwise you will not add users to specific group. So without a group, how could you add user to group? Yes or no? Group should be exist before assigning user to group. Let's say scenario I am explaining. First I created a user. I want to assign a group. You create a group, then assign this user to group. It is also possible. But until that time, what is the user group? We will discuss that information in user management. Okay. So if you want to assign any user to group should be exist. Without existing group, you cannot add user to group team. Yep, that's it for group management. Now let's start user management. We can user management, we can perform by using user add command. Okay, user del command, next one password command, fourth one user mod command, so we can perform by using user add, user del, password, user mod command team. Okay, so next one, every user information, every user information presented in two files, one /etc/password. So here we see user information and other file called /etc/shadow. Here we are going to see password information. So every user information we can see in two files, /etc/password. This file contain complete users information, and /etc/shadow. This file contain complete information of user. how to see how to see user information. User information. Let me execute these two commands, team. See, team, it may be Red Hat flavor, it may be Debian flavor. Our basic commands are same. So cat /etc/password. So we have, these are list of users. So here I'm executing cat/etc/password. Same file, team. Here we have different users. Here we have different users. Okay. So operating system version to version, operating system vendor to vendor, we have different users. Okay. But file names are same. File names are same. And cat/etc/shadow. Sorry. So shadow file, we want to see password information, right? We need file permission, sorry, permission. That's why we used sudo. See, let me copy this one. I'm copying only one user, team. Remain users you can understand. So first one, user information. And second one, let me show, we have multiple users. We have multiple users. Let me see password information, team. This is password information. Second one, password information. So if you observe username, first we have a user, and every user contain user ID. Every user contain user ID. Okay, every user contain user ID. So important points about user file, team. So let's understand here. Every user has first one, cell. So cell is important. So whatever we are using, right, this one we call it as cell. This is one cell. Here whatever we are executing commands, right, this one we are calling cell. So to execute commands, user required cell. So every user has first one, every user has cell associated with user. Next one, home directory. Home directory. Home directory, team. Next one, UID. UID. In some operating system, we have UUID. UID is a unique ID which is generated by system. Next one, primary group. Primary group. And secondary group. Secondary group. A user may associated with one primary group, any number of secondary groups. And unlock users. Lock or unlock user. So this information, every user associated with it. So let me see password file. This is user. Okay. This user associated with this root user group. This root user associated with root group. This is home directory of root user. And this is cell of root user. So observing bash cell in This is CentOS. CentOS. Let's say Ubuntu. Same etc password we executed, right? Ubuntu. Ubuntu. Let's see what is the default cell for user. Let's see here. Go Ubuntu. Execute this command. So let's see root user. Root user also Ubuntu also bash shell. So Ubuntu also bash shell is the default shell for user. So both Debian, both Red Hat for default shell for users is bash shell. So every user has shell. Every user associated with group. Every user has unique ID. Unique ID. Okay. And coming to shadow file. So root user password team. This is root user password. Root user password is in encrypted form team. You cannot identify by seeing shadow file. You cannot identify password. It is in encrypted form. It is in encrypted form team. User password is in encrypted form. Understand, right, team? User, how to see user information? Okay. Now let's see how to create a user. So to create user, we use user add command. So to create user, we use user add command. User add command. Syntax for user add team. Syntax for user add. So user add username. User add user name. Let's see example. I want to create a user Srinivas, user Swati, user Badri, user Alia. So I want to create 4 users team. Okay. So user add command also same in both the locations team. There is no difference. Almost beginning onwards, I am saying both the commands, whatever we are learning as part of Linux for everyone or Linux for everyone, whatever we are learning, all the commands executes in Red Hat based flavors, Debian based flavors. Okay. So user add, we have to use sudo user add, username is Srinivas. Now let's add Swati. Now let's add user Badri. Let's add Alia. Same thing we can see in Ubuntu also. Sudo user add Srinivas. C family. Now add Swati. Now add Badri. Now add Alia. So in this way, we can add users to groups team. Sorry, first we created users. We created 4 users team. We created 4 users. Let's understand what happened after creating user. What happened after adding user? So very important point to team. All of you concentrate and understand this one. If you create a user, if you create a user, if you create a user without specifying specifying primary group comma secondary group comma cell. Yes or no? We did not say a Srinivas user assigned to primary group and secondary group provide this cell. We did not say this information. If you create if you create a user, if you create a user without specifying primary group, secondary group and cell, Linux assigns default primary group. There is no secondary group. Default primary group and default cell. What is the default group? Yes or no? What is the default group? Which group is default group? So we have created 4 users. For 4 users, what is the default group? One more important point, and generates unique ID. Okay. Now let's understand default group. So if you not specify specify any primary group, if you not specify any primary group, Linux will create group with username username. So we have created 4 users. These 4 users. Yes or no? 4 users we created. We have created users. These 4 users. So 4 groups created. 4 groups created. 4 groups created. So group names is Srinivas, Swati, Badri, Alia. If you not specify primary group at the time of user creation, it will create a default group with username. Because I said, if you want to create a user should associated with any group. It may be default group, it may be specified group. So if you want to assign a user to group should be exist before user creation. That's why what Linux do, Linux first it will create a group with username and assigns our user to that group. Super. So Linux is not giving any error. Srinivas, you did mistake for you did not assign primary group. It is not giving such kind of issues, and simply Linux is creating group with username and assigning our user to that group as a primary group. Super, right? Yep. So let me verify. Okay. So where is users information? So users information is presented under cat /etc/password. Yes or no? So how many groups are created? How many users are created? 4 users. 4 users. If you observe, Here this is user ID, this is group ID, this is home directory of user, and this is cell. Okay, so let me copy this one. Let me copy this one, team. So user information, how to see user information. I will answer your queries, team. Let's wait to explain this one. This is username colon uh, X is a password link information. Next, user ID. Next one, group ID, colon home directory, colon cell. Understanding, right? So home directory also created. Add this point also, team. So if you create a user without specifying primary group, secondary group, cell, home directory, home directory, home directory. So first one, Linux will assign default primary group, default cell, generates unique ID, and creates home directory, home directory under slash home slash username, with username it will create. Okay, team. So we created Srinivas user, home directories slash home slash Srinivas, and for Srinivas this is group ID. Let's go group location. Clear screen. Let's go group information. Where we can find group? Slash etc slash group. Yes or no? Here we see 1005 group ID. This is group name. Yes or no? Team. So group ID, group information, slash etc slash group, cat slash etc slash group. Here we are seeing group name is Srinivas, group ID is 1005. Yes or no? So 1005 assigned to Srinivas as a primary group. Okay, team. Clear, right? How to create user? If you not specify, what will happen? Okay. Now let's see default options. Default default uh, default values for user creation. So default cell uh, bash shell bash shell bash shell for red hat based. Ubuntu also default shell is bash shell. Okay, next coming to UID, it is automatically generates. And next one, home directory slash home slash username, and primary group username with username it will create with username. with username, it will create a group. And assigns to user. Okay. Now let's, if you want to change default options, if you want to change default options, default values, we have in in user add command, in user add command, we have different options. We have different different options. So first one, -u, -u, we can specify particular particular id to user. So we saw 1001, right? So instead of 1001, if you want to give specify particular id, then use -u. Next one, -d, -d, we can specify different home directory. We can specify different different home directory. So we have already discussed, for every user, home directory creates under /home with username. If you not, if you don't want home directory in this location, if you want home directory in different location, you can use -d option. You can specify. Next one, hyphen -s, -s, we can change we can change we can change default to cell. We can change default to cell thing. Default to cell, we can change default to cell. Next, -g, we can specify, we can change group. We can change group. Team, you can change these options after creating user also. After creating a user also, we can change user. We have user mod. So at the time of user creation, we can use these options. Even if you specify these options, if you don't like it, if you want to change, then you can change. Okay, team? Now let's create a user with all these options. So I want to add user. It may be in Ubuntu, it may be in CentOS, same command team. So I want to add user, add, let's say, user add Vasu, and I want to change user options. So first I want to use home directory. I want to different home directory. Under opt, create a directory Vasu. Okay. Next one team. Next, cell I want to use default, but group I want to change -g, dev group. That's it, team. Now, cat /etc/password. So user, Vasu, group name and home directory. Yes or no? In this way, we can specify users. Example 2, for creating user, see the user information. Okay, username, group ID is 101, home directory is different location, and this one is cell. Let's see group details. So 101 is a developer group. Yes or no? 101 is a developer group. So we assigned user Vasu to developer group. We assigned user Vasu to developer group. Yes or no? Now let's see how to delete users. So to delete users, we use user del command. User del command. User del command team. Syntax user del username. User del username team. Let's see example. I'm trying to delete user alia team. Let's clear the screen. So user del and username is alia. So we have to use sudo user del alia, same command, there is no difference. Sudo user del alia, same command works in Debian flavor, Red Hat flavor. So cat /etc/password. So there is no alia. We created Srinivas, Swati, Badri. There is no alia. Yes or no? Verify user is deleted or not. Verify user is deleted or not. So where we verify user is deleted or not? Password file. Password file contain complete user information. Yes or no? So that's it for deleting users team. Is it clear, team? Okay.